Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock.
Recording in
Welcome
progress.
to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. This is a hearing being held virtually on Tuesday, June 17th. Before we start, Mr. McRae is absent and Ms. Jones will be seated for him, except for where she's already seated. And alternates who were seated previously will continue seated, and we will announce it as we go. Also, just so you're aware, the Greenwich Hospital decision regarding the renovation of the Watson and Cohen pavilions will not be made tonight, as Mr. McRae is seated and he is absent, and we'd rather have all 5 of us. And so that item is essentially postponed to our next hearing, which is on July 1st. Next, the YMCA application for a final site plan so that they can add a childcare program at 50 East Putnam Avenue, that has been postponed. And with that, we go to the third item, which is Connecticut Land Holdings LLC for a final subdivision for from 1 parcel into 3 parcels on an 8.17 acre property at 106 Glenville Road in the RA1. So Mr. Hegney, I asked Tracy as well to just fill us in, but if you want to open up and then we'll have Tracy give whatever viewpoints. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. You last heard this at the April 22nd meeting. As the chair indicated, this is a 3-lot subdivision. It's 8 acres in the 1 acre zone. There are a number of things that we have addressed since the last meeting. We revised the open space parcel, which now is 15% in 1 parcel along Glenville Road. We reviewed with the town engineer his comments, and you received a memo from him that he's satisfied for subdivision approval. We met with Mr. DeAndrea, I should say, met with the sewer department, and they submitted a revised memo that said if we provided a letter saying that we would work with them on relining a portion of a private sewer line, that they had no objection with us moving forward. We have provided that letter to Mr. Feminella and provided a copy to staff. We just recently, based on the conservation comments and the discussion at the briefing yesterday, we did amend the landscape plan. Essentially what we did was remove Norway spruce and green giant arborvitae, which are not native. And we already had eastern red cedar and hollies on the plan, but we augmented it with additional eastern red cedar and holly. They're of the same size and count as we had in the prior plan that was approved by the wetland agency, and that we also have an agreement with the neighbor to the west on maintaining that and putting that in as part of providing screening with that neighbor to the west. There is a note on the subdivision plan about maintaining the open space. We'll revise that to have it refer not to the planting plan, but to the declaration of restrictions for the open space. And we'll also provide a demarcation feature and add the easement area to the subdivision map as well. And I think that covers all of the items that we went through. I want to let you know that I did send last night the revised landscape plan to Mario Capola, who represents our neighbor to the west, Ms. Kaufman, to let him be aware that we had substituted certain trees, but that they were the same size as what was on the plan. That is part of the agreement which we signed with Ms. Kaufman as part of the wetland application, which she initially had proposed and then agreed to not appeal. And as part of that, also not oppose this subdivision. I was on the phone within the past hour with Mr. Capola and Ms. Kaufman and explaining to her how the drainage had been revised and that ultimately we would be providing after construction a drainage maintenance agreement that would be recorded so that if there was an issue with drainage in the future, she would have recourse either with my client or request the town to get involved in it. I just, as an aside, I wanted to let the commission know that these are not just rote documents that get recorded on the land records. What I'm finding in real estate transactions now is that the buyer's attorney is now requesting a certification or a statement by the engineer that the system has been maintained and is in working order, because otherwise it's something that falls to the buyer. And so that's something that has just recently started in the last couple of years. But I wanted to let you know that these documents get recorded and they actually are effective. With that, I don't have anything further. I think we have met all of the requirements and we would ask for your approval.
Thank you. Madam Kolakowski.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so what you would have received several emails from me today or last night that would include the documents that Attorney Hegney just mentioned. The sewer acknowledgement letter was sent to you. The recently amended planting plan we received today and was sent to you probably late this morning, early this afternoon. I spent a good portion of today in a debate with IT about what the system was working and not working, and we came to a détente finally. So that took some time this morning, so that did not get to you till this afternoon. It does replace the Norway spruce and the green giant arborvitae in response to the Conservation Commission comments. The replacement trees, the red cedar and the hollies, do appear to be in the same size and count and in generally the same location. I've also was on the phone with Attorney Capola today and Ms. Kaufman discussing that planting plan. That was before it appears that Attorney Hegney was on the phone with them discussing drainage, because there was a question about drainage that I could not answer, but obviously Attorney Hegney has. The agreement with the neighbor to the west that has been mentioned not only today, but yesterday and on the 22nd, that was just recently provided to me by Attorney Capola and is in your possession as well. And I think that's it. I do know that Ms. Kaufman does want to speak this evening.
I'm not seeing her, but we'll hopefully, what is her first name?
Is Sheila Kaufman, but
Sheila.
it still may be coming up under her gaming handle from.
Oh, I forgot about the gaming handle.
Yeah.
Vampire.
Yeah, vampire. She can't change it for some reason. She's tried.
Yeah, and we have some problem with the commissioners not seeing her.
Okay.
But let's just she can always raise her virtual hand.
Right. Yeah, no, she does have some concern about whether the buffer is actually going to be effective and if there's additional planting that could be done.
And what about the berm and the placement of the berm?
Right, because and that's related right directly to because the berm is essentially taking up, it looks like it's going to take up the entire portion of that the 25-foot landscape area. She was concerned about the removal of all what is of the already existing landscape cover that is there for the berm. And, would it be possible to maybe move the berm over a little bit so that some of that natural and existing landscape cover could stay, versus in order to construct the berm, a lot of that's going to have to be removed, ironically, to put the new landscape cover in, if that
And
makes sense.
The desire for the berm is about drainage? About runoff, I should say, to be more specific.
Actually, no, it's really about
Thanks,
screening.
Tracy.
There's a trees, my understanding is the trees get planted on top of the berm. Is that correct, Attorney Hagney?
Okay,
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Kaufman's home is at a higher elevation.
Yes.
And so if we planted it at grade on my client's property, it would be quite a bit lower. So what we're proposing is to build a berm so that we have a planting bed on which to start at a higher elevation so that the 12 and 14 foot eastern red cedars are more effective in providing screening between the properties.
could you screen share where we are now with the latest revised plan, somebody? So we can all
Yes.
see it.
Mm-hmm. Hang on.
We did substitute it, Tracy,
Yes, you did.
and
Yep.
it's sheet 7, I
Yep,
believe,
got it.
of our
I saw
material.
that, again, when it's half an hour, an hour before the meeting, we tend not
And
to.
also, how high is this berm?
Yeah,
It's
All right.
approximately 4 feet high.
okay, can you zoom in on the berm area and the planting area and all of that?
So
yeah.
it's that area that is the elongated red circle.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you can
Wait,
see Ms.
stop
Kaufman's
wiggling and
house
put
to
your
the
cursor.
left.
Put your cursor down by the berm.
Right. The
Okay.
berm is in this area. Here, I'll blow it up
Okay.
one more time.
And how high did we say it was going to be again?
It's approximately 4 feet high.
So Miss Kaufman's house is this house right here.
Yep, got it.
And
See her point.
so just for comparison, because I've actually been out there. So if you stand right about here, you're actually at about the same elevation that you would be if you were over here on the first floor of the new house, about 171. And the property dips down and goes back up. So this area without the berm is actually lower than this area.
Got it. So the question, but still, okay, so from a screening point of view, is the berm optimal, or should there just be denser planting, denser evergreen planting? Because the berm makes it a little bit more difficult to put a denser planting area, to me. Mr. Hagney, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I was talking to
Oh.
Ms. Kulikowski, not your
okay.
bad. I didn't make it clear. I just want to hear, because she's been working on this today. So in your experience, Tracy, what is the best way that we can serve the neighbor and accomplish this? Is the berm
Well,
and the
I mean, you
placement of
can
the
you can
berm?
plant a berm densely, or you can, plant as densely without a berm. I think the neighbor's concern is the amount of removal of kind of the existing natural understory and screening that will have to happen,
In
and
order
the
to plant,
existing
to do the
trees that will
berm.
have to come out to construct the berm is my understanding of
So-
her concern.
If we didn't do the berm and we left the existing planting and added planting, would the screening be more effective on behalf of Ms. Kaufman?
I'm not entirely sure because of the elevation change. I mean, the
But the
problem is dealing
ground
with the
floor-
elevation change as well.
The ground floor of the two new houses that are adjacent to her is at the same elevation as her side yard.
Right.
So it goes down, but then
So
it goes back up.
and from what she has said to me, I think what she thought was going to happen was that there was going to be a area along here that remained natural, and that the berm was going to be further over. If that
Which
makes sense.
doesn't do, yeah, and that's not what's going to happen.
No.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could address this issue.
Now you may
is-
speak, Mr. Hagney. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This came up as part of the wetland hearing back last summer. So we've been discussing this basically for a year.
Yes, I
We
know.
went back and forth. We withdrew the initial wetland application and resubmitted it. We had numerous discussions with Mr. Coppola on behalf of Ms. Kaufman. We met at her property with Mr. Coppola, Joe Rizzoli as her consulting engineer, and Tony DeAndrea and I on behalf of the applicant. And we developed this landscape plan with Janice Parker, very experienced landscape architect. And that's how we developed the plan is before you. We've modified it based on the conservation comments.
Okay.
And that's how we entered into the letter agreement that was recorded and provided to you, that was signed and recorded back in December, saying
Mhm.
this is what we were going to do. So, and that if we did what we said we were going to do, which we have done, that Ms. Kaufman would not object to our subdivision application. And not only have we agreed to that, we intend to do exactly what is on that
Yeah, but
map
here's
that
the
we've
problem.
provided to you.
So this is the problem, Mr. Hegney. I'm a little bit not so convinced about what got negotiated with wetlands because it had non-native species that I happen to know for a total fact are not the environmental affairs director's favorite way to go. So I'm trying to get to a deal got negotiated that maybe wouldn't, that doesn't seem to have worked the best for conservation. Now we have something that's good for conservation. And do we know that it's the best still for the neighbor? That's all I'm trying to settle.
Well, with all due respect, Madam Chair, this is a private agreement and understanding between these property owners. I don't see that this becomes an issue of a subdivision decision.
Well, the landscaping that we require can be part of our subdivision decision. I mean, regardless of the agreement you have. But again, you're trying to make this neighbor happy. So I think we're all working for the same thing. First of all,
Okay.
we can address landscaping. It's within our purview. And second, your goal here is to make sure that the neighbor's happy so you can move on. And what I'm trying to make sure is we're not going to have any problems down the road. Let me
Well,
stop a
that-
second because I got two commissioners with their hands up. Or would you wish to respond to me?
Well, I just wanted to say that this is the very discussion we had as part of the wetland application and why we signed the letter agreement
Okay.
on the landscape plan that you have before you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wells and then Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I on mute? Oh, good, unmute.
We can hear you.
Yeah, thanks. So the berm's 4 feet high. I mean, maybe this is too simple. It sounds like put words in her mouth. The neighbor is having a little bit of buyer's remorse in terms of the removal of, let's say, the understory vegetation.
Exactly.
Right? So maybe it's too simple, but can't we just get in larger, older trees that are 4 feet higher than what we originally proposed and solve the problem?
Mr. Hegney, I'll let you answer that.
Well, most of the trees are 12 to 14 feet tall that we're proposing.
So they're
I'm
already
not
big.
quite sure how much bigger.
Well, it's
We
simple
wanna get
math.
them.
It's simple math. You're putting 12 to 14 feet on top of a 4-foot berm. So that gives you 16 to 18 feet, right? That's the height you need. So why can't you get trees that are 16 to 18 feet high?
I don't know.
Okay, that was just my suggestion, but
Okay.
we'll hear from Ms. Kaufman.
All right, we're gonna,
Thank you.
so Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, well, Arn took some of the words out of my mouth, but we're
Hate it when he
questioning,
does that, don't you?
we're also questioning the degree of disturbance occasioned by the creation of these berms. And it seems to me 4 feet is nothing. And depending on the species, some trees can grow that much in a year.
Right.
And so this whole thing could be eclipsed within a very short period of time.
Yep. That was
And
kind of where I was headed was,
I don't know, this whole exercise of manufacturing a berm and creating this disturbance all along that western edge or a portion of it seems overthought. And yeah,
Okay.
same
right.
thing as what Arn was saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
that,
right.
that might be the case, Mr. Lowe, but there was a great deal of back and forth and a
Okay.
great deal of
Well,
thought that went into
I
it as part
understand
of
that
the
there's
wetland
a
discussion.
lot of stuff that's going on and lots of conversation. That doesn't mean you can't make a correction at this point, right?
Right. All right. Anybody else on the commission? Because I think we should ask for the public to speak at this point, meaning Ms. Kaufman. If she is satisfied. And unless you object, Mr. Hegney.
Oh, no,
Okay.
we spoke with literally within the last hour, and
Good.
I understood she was going to attend the meeting.
All right, Ms. Kaufman, you're on.
Should we remove this?
Yeah,
Graphic?
if you
How's
would
that?
unmute, that's great. Boy,
Okay, here we are.
okay.
Um, Madam Chairperson, you have vocalized exactly what my concerns are. One is this incredible disturbance that's going to take place, and it's land that has never been built on and never been occupied, and the house has been there since the 1920s. So it's 100 years of trees and forests, and there's so many creatures that live in there, as well as the fact that we're dealing with this low area, and I have serious concerns. My background is in real estate development, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I do have serious concerns about the functionality of what's going to happen. I don't know what your processes are, but
Well, let me partly answer that for you. As Mr. Hegney points out, your agreement with them is private and we don't have any say over what you've agreed. On the other hand, we have the authority to say what the landscaping should be. Now, obviously, we're going to defer to this private agreement you have. So we're looking to find an answer that works for all the parties. So you're not sure at this point that the berm is what you want. Is that correct or not?
I am not sure. That's the short sentence summary. I'm not sure. I had the same concerns about how can you plant these large trees in a berm that's only 4 feet high and so many feet wide.
Well, as a landscaper explained to me this morning, tree roots find their way, and they figure it out. So, and I think Tracy just said the same thing. The trees will find their way. So the question is, so now what's the best way to move forward? Ms. Kaufman's not sure she wants the berm. She's thinking maybe she wants to leave it as is. Mr. Hegney, would you be amenable to staff making the final call within our regulations and our subdivision regulations? And as you know, we have expertise and staff and looking at it and then making the call. Are you guys amenable to it being landscaped as appropriate?
Well,
the two?
I guess
Otherwise, we're going to stay with your agreement.
I thought that we had this agreement, and I've been working on it with Janice Parker and Ms. Kaufman had a landscape architect work on it as well. And I think we came up with something that was appropriate and addressed her concerns. And that's why we entered into this agreement,
All right.
so that
Tracy,
this
are you
discussion
there?
doesn't just keep going on forever.
Okay, Tracy, are you there? This is not a good time to lose Tracy with her computer problems. There she is. Okay, so Tracy, basically,
here, sorry.
I thought I heard you say in this agreement that they have, it'll work for the protection of Ms. Kaufman's privacy. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
there is it appears that there will be a fair amount of disturbance to make it happen.
but in the long term, it'll work.
It should. I mean,
Okay.
they've had different teams of landscape architects take a
Okay.
look at it that
All right.
know more about plants than I do, but it does require disturbance to make it happen.
And we don't want to, okay, so given that your landscaper, Ms. Kaufman, weighed in on this and believes and recommended it to you, correct?
No, actually, I did not have a landscaper look at this.
I thought someone just said that your landscaper looked at it.
No, the owners of the property, Mr. Queen, had landscapers look at this and design it. But I
Okay.
don't know anything about plants and would certainly welcome
a
all of the town's
professional-
input.
A professional landscaper has looked at it and made a recommendation. So why don't we just do this, Mr. Hegney and Ms. Kaufman? Let's assume that your agreement, let's incorporate your agreement and that you're going to go ahead with this. And then the town will review it one more time. And just take a look at it. Tracy's been out there and she'll sign off on it. I think, Tracy, you're satisfied that this will work, right?
I mean, again, it should,
Okay.
but I'm not a landscape designer myself. But
Mr. Lowe?
No, I don't know how, I mean, I hate to be the thorn here, but how does this resolve the disturbance issue?
Right.
Well, because the thing is, a landscaper has said, and Mr. Hegney was looking to see what landscapers said, that this will be protective of Miss Kaufman. When she realized that planting has to come out, she was a little concerned about it, but eventually it'll grow in. So either option would probably work. The berm allows
I
you
just
to have
don't hear, I don't hear
deciduous.
Ms. Kaufman
I know, but she's agreed to this. and then-
articulating what you just said.
I know, but she
Uh,
did agree to it from what we're being told. You had agreed to it, right, Ms. Kaufman? I don't want to.
Yes, I did.
Okay, she had agreed to it and then she had some misgivings. I would say this, an advantage of the berm is that if a tree dies or if it's deciduous, she's going to have that 4 or 5 feet of height. Regardless of which way she goes, she is going to have to wait till the plants mature. But the berm does give her essentially the equivalent of a fence all the time. So if a tree dies or something, she's already got those 5 feet blocked off. So from that point of view, you
Four.
have something that's permanent, 4 feet, something that's permanent in place. So it sounds like you got a good recommendation, but we can just make sure that our staff takes it, we'll condition it that our staff takes one last eyeball, but we'll respect your agreement based on the fact that it was proposed to you by professionals. How does that sound to everybody?
I truly appreciate that. I think that's very educated.
Okay. I like that. Being educated. That's a good thing. Okay. Coming from a vampire, ma'am, that's a great compliment.
Well,
Yes,
Madam,
and you're happy with that, Mr. Hegney, because we're going to respect your private
Madam
agreement,
Chair, I
right?
just wanted to answer the question. The landscape architect that looked at it on Ms. Kaufman's behalf is Matt Pop, well known to the commission. He looked
Yes.
at that and provided a concept screening plan on
Okay.
November 13th of last year.
Okay.
It showed the areas to be planted, recommended Well,
Okay.
the Norway,
So-
Norway spruce and the green giant, but also the red cedar and the holly. So he was recommending them at a little lower height for the hollies. We're now looking at them as bigger.
Okay,
But
They do okay.
that was Matt Pop's plan
yeah.
that we incorporated as part of ours and that you have now.
And you'll be happy with the hollies because they get fat and thick. And they really do a nice job with screening. Okay, I'm going to go back to Mr. Lowe and Mr. Wells.
Go ahead, Peter.
No,
Mr. Lowe.
I'm sorry, that I should have lowered
Uh,
my hand.
I did. It came back up.
I
so-
didn't
I
touch
was
it.
okay.
All right.
Well,
So one remaining question, Madam Chair, and that is,
Yes, sir.
Does the commission always have to defer to private agreements
No.
in all cases?
no.
So
I mean, Mr. Hegney is representing that, but no, not if they violate our regulations or something. No,
right, or if they're illegal, right?
right.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I
Yeah.
can give you a situation in which, yeah, Mr. Hegney was just asserting the interests of his client, which is his right to do as an attorney. But in fact, we follow our regulations regardless of private agreements or deed restrictions that people are arguing about.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so, and Mr. Hegney knows that I know that, and he knows that, he knows that I know that he knows that I know, that whole thing. Okay,
With
so
that,
he
Madam
just-
Chair, I have nothing more to say.
okay, so we're gonna give this a shot. Tracy, anything else? Okay, so I don't know,
The only, I'm sorry.
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am, go
The
ahead.
One last thing, and I think Attorney Hegney covered this. The planting area on parcel A and the landscape area on parcel B, they will be demarcated in some way?
Yes.
yes, well,
okay.
Yes,
That's
we're
what I thought
happy
you
to do
said that, but yeah.
I think I made the motion that it was yes, I think I called it the open space in the motion.
Well, there's
so-
the open space, there's three things. There's
The-
the open space X, which is
Okay.
the 15%, that's up front, as I call it, out near Glenville
All
Road.
right.
Then there is the planting area that
parcel A.
is on parcel A that's related to the wetlands permit. And then there is the landscape area. So what was open space parcel Y is now two things. It's a open space area on the top half and a landscape area per agreement on the bottom half.
Okay, now, should we come?
So and so there's not a separate property line anymore like there was before. So it needs to be demarcated in some way so that the homeowners know
Okay.
that that's not
All
just their backyard going, I mean, it is their backyard, but I mean, not a backyard that they can just lawn like they want.
You will have to jump in and correct me at the end on the motion because I did it this morning before having the privilege, the enormous privilege of this fascinating back and forth. But I think we solved it.
I think we get it.
And again, Tracy, we've committed you and hopefully Jackie or whoever's on hand to give it one final look-see and make sure you're comfortable and that with it and that you think it's going to work. But
No, there's several staff members I can consult with.
yeah, and I
hopefully.
think at the end of the day, and I know Matt Pop does think a lot about screening, and also that again, the berm gives you a permanent structure, something that's always there. Because I've been in your situation, Ms. Kaufman. I put up a bunch of screening from a new subdivision neighbor, and some of it died. But I had a 5-foot fence, so that helped.
Yeah.
So it helped. So while I had the dead stuff, at least I wasn't staring into their garage all the time. So, okay. Anybody, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in the public wish to speak on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. No. All right. Any other comments from the commission? All righty. Does anyone object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Okay, now seated on this application are Albin, Jones for McRae, Lowe, Yeski, and Wells. And here we go. In regard to Connecticut Land Holdings LLC for a final subdivision proposed subdivision of one parcel into 3 parcels on an 8.17 acre property located at 106 Glenville Road in the RA1 zone. Proposed parcel A, 2.1161 acres, includes a 0.2290 acre accessway and a 0.1131 planting area per the wetlands approval. Proposed parcel B, 2.3456 acres, includes a 0.300 acre accessway and a 0.122 acre landscape area per agreement. Proposed parcel C, 2.4799 acres, open space parcel, is X and 1.2268 acres in total. The open space parcel X will have a 15-foot wide utility easement. An earth berm and plantings are now proposed in landscape area A designated, in the landscape area designated on proposed parcel B to address concerns of the adjoining property owner. And we're leaving that as is. Inland Wetlands issued a wetland permit on 10/28/24 for the 3-lot subdivision. The ZEO issued comments dated 4/16/25, stating that the lot will be divided into 3 lots, will remain a standard lot and 2 additional rear lots, and which must comply with section 6131 of the regs. The sewer division issued comments on 6/11/25, stating that it does not object to P&Z approval of the project. If the applicant owner is able to provide a signed letter acknowledging and agreeing to complete the necessary sanitary sewer work. The applicant's engineer and staff from the sewer division have met to discuss the details related to necessary sanitary sewer work. The shared sanitary sewer lateral and mains are private, with some of the sections having structural defects that require corrective action. The applicant's owner engineer will need to determine that the existing sanitary sewer systems can handle the proposed additional loads from the 2 additional dwellings, requiring analysis and written confirmation. The applicant acknowledged all these comments on 6/16/25. On 6/13/25, the engineering division approved the subdivision. They further advised that the drainage summary report is acceptable and that the long-term responsibility for the maintenance and repair of the existing stone wall along the Glenville Road right-of-way is the responsibility of the property owner. Engineering has received the requested draft driveway, utility, and drainage easement agreement for the common driveway, utilities, and drainage being used by all 3 parcels. The easement areas are noted with red stripes on the 5/22/25 zoning location survey. The Conservation Commission issued comments and recommendations on 6/11/25, stating that revised consolidated open space parcel X follows the principles of open space and is a more functional and ecologically valuable configuration. The design better supports habitat preservation, access, stormwater infiltration, and landscape conservation goals. The Conservation Commission also commented that if the proposed removal of trees is due to invasive species, now this is what's already been integrated. I'm going to keep it. Invasive species such as Norway maple, then the trees that are being replanted should be native deciduous hardwoods to increase species diversity, maintain ecological integrity, and minimize disturbance to habitat. Whereas the commission finds the proposed open space parcel X, totaling 15% of the total lot area, meets the standards of section 6-297 of the Greenwich subdivision regulations. Whereas the commission finds the proposed subdivision consistent with the POCD and with the town's comprehensive plan. The S application is hereby approved with the following modifications. Okay, Tracy, listen up. I think this has been done. The planting plan must be revised to reflect the revised configuration of the proposed open space, the demarcation of the open space parcel recommended by the Conservation Commission, and the applicant agreed to provide, and in addition, the planting area on proposed lot area, planting I'm saying this wrong. In addition,
Landscape area.
landscape area A must have demarcation. Long-term maintenance of the planting plan a draft has also been received or shall be provided.
We have a open space declaration of restrictions that applies to open space parcel X. There is not a document that now applies to the planting area for the IWWA permit or the landscape area, because those are now not a separate designated parcel. So there needs to be some sort of
Okay,
maintenance
so
of
that's
those two
right. The
areas.
long-term maintenance of the planting plans, plural, shall be provided. Correct?
Planting plan of the planting plan, yes, and open space X, yes.
And open space X. As revised. Somebody raised their hand. Don't confuse me, you guys. Okay. The proposed subdivision map, and I don't know if you got this today, Tracy, shall be revised to reflect the location of the driveway utility easement area, the sewer easement area, and the drainage easement area 1, as well as drainage easement area 2, as described in the submitted draft driveway utility and drainage easement agreement.
Correct. What's going on there is the wording on the map and the wording in the document aren't quite the same. I know they refer to the same area. We'll just need to match the words.
Okay, so that condition holds and is good. We did good.
Yep.
Note 16 of the subdivision map must be revised to reference the planting plan and the final open space declaration of restrictions.
Correct.
A plan submitted for the long-term maintenance of the landscape area. I think I'm saying that twice. See how I killed it? And then open space area A to have bolder demarcations. I think we've said that twice, but doesn't hurt. Okay, I think we got it, right?
I believe so, yes.
And any other outstanding staff or departmental comments, of course. I'm just looking at the notes. 16, stone wall, planting not updated, change species, not remove the trees in the open space. We're leaving that. Okay. We're good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells is second. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. Yeah, we didn't say, and I think we just, it's approved, but we did say that that staff, I just want to amend it to say, and staff shall provide final review of the proposed screening plan. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And so with that, the motion passes
5-0. Yep.
5-0, and we're good. All right.
Thank
And
you.
we can, thank you, Mr. Hegney. See, we could fix it.
I had faith.
Mr. Basili, we're about to start the public hearing if you're good.
Yes, ready.
It's not summer till next week. You know that, right?
Well, it's hot enough.
No, it's not. I'm like the heat, the air conditioning, the heat, the air conditioning. Okay. So now we start the public hearing. Our first application in the public hearing is Cherry Valley RD6 LLC for a final site plan and special permit for a proposed replacement of an existing single-family dwelling with a new dwelling in excess of 150,000 cubic feet in volume and including an indoor sports court in excess of 1,200 square feet on a 4-acre property located at 91 Cherry Valley Road in the RA4 zone. Good afternoon, Mr. Brower.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Eric Brower here tonight on behalf of the applicant. And we've had 2 previous hearings on this project, and we've supplied revised plans and material in response to issues that came up during the prior discussions, and I did listen in yesterday afternoon to the briefing session, and then forwarded a letter to you all dated June 16th, 2025, that clarified some of the issues that had come up during that discussion. But where we are currently, we've revised the site grading plan again to reduce the amount of disturbance and fill that was commented on at the last meeting, particularly as it was in the area along the southern portion of the house and the eastern area, where while other areas had been feathered within a foot or so of contours, it was pointed out that there were 3 or 4 feet of fill in those areas. So the revised plan called for lowering the patio to meet nearly existing grades, and that carried around on both the eastern and southern sides, so that we were in fact able to reduce fill and disturbance to more of the trees on the eastern side of the existing driveway. And so as a result, the number of trees removed goes down from 50 to 30. Actually, the landscape plan reflects that. And we also substituted the plants that conservation staff had an issue with cedars to maintain native proposed trees. The cubic yard cut and fill, we're down to 140 cubic yards net fill, which is pretty much an equal, very significant in terms of the lack of amount of disturbance. With the revised grade plane, the building is still in the 38-foot height versus 50-foot permitted. We also, in order to clarify the layout of the dwelling, created floor plans that consolidate all the components onto a single sheet for the first floor, so that it's clear to see the connectivity between all the different rooms. And then I also went down point by point, addressing the standards of special permit, which need to be met in order for you to grant approval to the project. And we do have approvals or sign-offs from all of the various departments, including Wetlands, Health Department, Engineering Division, Zoning, as well as revisions to the plans to respond to Conservation Commission comments. So I think with those revisions and listing of our compliance issues, I think that would be all I would intend to present tonight, unless there were questions from the commission members.
My apologies, Mr. Lowe.
I assume, Mr. Brower, you listened in yesterday, or a representative did. Although the structure has elements found in a dwelling, less than 14% of its square footage is identified in the application as living area, leaving a rather robust 86+% of its square footage dedicated to a more than 5,000 square foot lacrosse practice area, a great room, a gymnasium, a golf simulator space. And as such, unlike many large houses with an attached small play space for children, this structure seems more like an athletic facility with an attached 2-bedroom amenity. As a special permit application, this commission needs to consider whether the proposal will hold up the special permit standards articulated in 617D, and whether the proposed use will, in particular, be in scale, compatible to, and contextually consistent with surrounding uses, buildings, streets, and open spaces, and not materially adversely affect residential uses, nor be detrimental to a neighborhood's essential characteristics, and not materially adversely affect adjacent structures, neighborhoods, or developed areas located within the closest proximity to the use. I'm struggling with how this application meets these specific special permit standards.
Okay, so I'd be happy to clarify. As I said previously, I actually did listen to the entire briefing session, and in my letter to you, which I think was distributed to all of you, did point by point respond.
You might want to go through it, Mr. Brower, because it came in late this afternoon. I think we were having problems with the server.
Mhm.
So you might want to,
Yeah, that's fine. I read it.
okay,
and
then
I
go ahead. I
also-
did not.
And I also would comment that the numbering that was used in the letter of these various pieces of the standards that were, I thought, cited, they don't necessarily jive. So what I just rattled off was number 8, number 10, and number 3, and that doesn't correspond across the board with your numbers. And I don't know whether you were intending to do that or not, but that confused me a little bit.
Okay,
But
well,
I would ask you to address specifically the ones that I have just mentioned.
all right. Well, I certainly will, and for the benefit of the commission members, also go through the other points that were made in the letter for those who may not have read it. So in my introduction or opening comments, I essentially read all the points that were raised in the first page of my letter. And so I go on at the end of the first page, describe how the floor plans without match lines, the layout demonstrates a proposed single family dwelling containing at a minimum a kitchen, bathroom with bathtub and or shower, toilet or sink, which is consistent with the definition of a dwelling unit. And I know that there's no regulation that says by way of percent or proportion what square foot or percentage these various uses must occupy in relation to one another. I also do not agree that the living area is limited to whatever the 1,400 square feet. In fact,
That's labeled right on the first page of your application.
Understand in other areas
Okay.
are referenced as bathroom and great room, sitting area, kitchen, all of which are described within the context of a dwelling unit and customarily found in that. So of the 10,800 square foot building, there is in fact 5,530 square feet of space that is shared and available with all of the rooms to interact with, and it's integrated into a single living space for single family use, aside from the sports court. So the percentage or size of a family room or great room is not relevant to the consideration of the definition or what constitutes a single family house. So then I talk about the compliance with the various departments and their recommendations and or approvals. I do point out that the North Street listing for 490 North Street, the only purpose of my attaching that exhibit showing that there was a large barn structure that was converted and adapted to a dwelling was in response to a remark previously by the commission member that it didn't look like a house, it looked like a barn. So again, there's no aesthetic standards that determines appropriate aesthetics for a single family house, and that was the sole purpose of making that.
Okay, if I could interrupt just briefly, that aesthetics aside, that example I think that you cited is not really the most supportive one I could consider, given the fact that its living space is substantially larger. It's got 5 bedrooms, 7 baths, and the entire the even the what they call a great room is totally integrated within and is part of the living space. So, and it's not a sports facility. So yeah. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just
No, I understood, and
that.
I heard you make that remark yesterday, and that's why I just now commented specifically that the only purpose of that exhibit was for the external appearance in response to a comment made about external appearance. So I'm not going to compare that house to any other house in the town of Greenwich for the purposes of comparing relative or comparable sizes of various components that make up a single family dwelling unit. There are no standards, and we meet the definition. So then moving on to the special permit standards, I thought that I had followed point by point the numbering system within 6-17. The first one being as to whether or not there would be an adverse impact on the orderly growth of commercial development for the town. This is not applicable to single family zone and use, so that it's not applicable. With respect to environmental controls and protection of resources and the like, the health and engineering departments have confirmed acceptable treatment for on-site septic disposal and quantity and control of stormwater runoff. Number 3, proposal will not materially adversely affect adjacent structures, neighborhoods, or developed areas located within close proximity to the use. The proposed use is a residential use with a private indoor recreation area, which are permitted uses within the zone. The proposed footprint occupies the footprint of a pre-existing house. We're utilizing existing driveway areas, and so the structure itself complies. The sports activity, unlike some which could be indoors or outdoors, this is all an interior use. So I would represent that there's not a material adverse impact. Number 4, with respect to obstruction of views, there are currently no views over the property or from the street to the house. It's essentially by virtue of substantial existing evergreen screening, which has been demonstrated in photographs submitted in prior exhibit packages. There is no obstruction to view. The number 5 regarding open space areas, the development itself is limited to the existing footprint of the previous development, and more than 50% of the land remains undisturbed as shown on the plans, and the activities are outside of the wetland and the wetland upland review area, and the agencies determined no permit is required. Number 6, pedestrian circulation. This development has no impact on any pedestrian circulation that exists in the neighborhood. Number 7, proposed use will not adversely impact safety in the streets or increase traffic congestion. In as much as we've already represented that this is a single family use with a private recreation area, and the facilities, any of the rooms, they're not open to the public, not for competitive sports, no traffic generating activities such as weddings or other venues. So it would be no other than the related impact that would have been generated by the previously existing single family dwelling that's been there since 1950s. The Proposal number 8, we comply with or exceed requirements for setbacks. We're below on building height, way below on coverage and green area, and we comply with FAR. So the design.
Again, if I may interrupt, I'm looking at the regulation, and number 8 says be in scale, compatible to, and in contextually consistent with surrounding uses, buildings, streets, and open spaces.
Yes. So by way of what I described the building as being in compliance with the regulations that set forth the requirements and limitations for a single family home in the 4-acre zone, we by definition meet and are compatible with the zone and the surrounding uses. There's no variance or request to exceed those parameters that were established to control bulk and open spaces in relationship to other buildings by way of setbacks and the like.
Mr. Lowe.
Number 9, there are no land structures or features of merit that will be adversely impacted. As previously noted, the wetlands in the upland review area are going to be maintained and protected. There's no historic or other features that have been designated that will be disrupted or altered by this proposal. Number 10, the proposal will not adversely impact residential uses nor be detrimental to the neighborhood nor alter its essential characteristics, in that, as stated, it's a single family use in the single family zone, complies in all respects with zoning, and the proposed activities are permitted uses for the zone and are internal within the proposed dwelling. There's no exterior lighting, noise, or other activities that would spill out or impact the neighborhood, and traffic and use of the building is going to be consistent with a single family use. Number 11 speaks to maintaining housing stock. There was an existing single family dwelling, and there's proposed to be a single family dwelling. And number 12 deemed was not applicable to this situation. So those are the standards. The letter goes on to comment on how that we had previously discussed that contemplating other uses that wouldn't be permitted by the zoning are not part of the application. They're not be permitted, and we've committed to the fact that we will only utilize this as described in the application. Again, reviewing the definitions after those comments were discussed during the briefing as to what constitutes a dwelling one family, a dwelling unit, as well as family, as distinguished from two family or group dwellings or multifamily. There is no inconsistency with what is being proposed and those definitions. So the proposal and the use does comply. And I would state again, as I do in the letter here, is that just because this house and layout and floor plan looks, quote, different from someone's envisioned idea of what is either a traditional or conventional layout, it is something that might be observable, but it's absolutely not controlled by the zoning regulations in terms of being other than a single family use. As I said, so the size, proportion, relationships, the number of bedrooms have no bearing on what is a single family home that's being proposed, as well as the interior sports court. So it all goes back to the basis of the regulations being the purpose being promoting health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the welfare of the community. So when finding an inconsistency or difference, is there an adverse impact or conflict with the zoning regulations and its purpose? I don't see it. So
So do you think that this very large sports facility is part of the essential characteristics of the neighborhood?
well, no less than indoor athletic facilities that people have approved as indoor uh, hockey rinks, indoor tennis courts, large indoor swimming pools. Those are, the fact is that large properties in the backcountry do contain amenities that may not be consistent with one's understanding of smaller lot development. Properties have huge
The
20, 30
neighborhood,
trucks.
the word that I'm referring to is the neighborhood.
Yes. So the having a large indoor sports court that complies with the regulations is not inconsistent with the neighborhood. It's established that those are used. FAR bulk height controls what the overall development will be, so you can't have an unlimited size sports court. This facility is smaller than indoor tennis court. It's not designed to comply with any competitive dimensions required for competitive play. So yes, you can have larger tennis courts in this and other neighborhoods and be consistent.
Mr. Wells? Mr. Wells, anything else?
Mr. Wells, I'm not.
I'm Mr. Lowe, I'm sorry.
No, I'll let
Carrying it
others.
on.
I'll let
Okay.
others speak.
Mary has her hand up.
Yeah, I appreciate your answers and the additional information that we received today, although I also did not have adequate time to review it. I'm sure if you listened to the briefing yesterday, my concern is that this building is designed for a particular use. It's not that, gee, we can use a room for something else or adjust it. The overall building, the massive degree of it are what I would think of as accessory uses. I have no problem with indoor sports courts, but in the past, when we have approved them, it's always been in a building or in an adjacent part of an existing building that is attached to a principal residential structure. So if you want an ADU, if you want a hockey rink, if you want an underground, camping area, that's fine if there is a principal residential unit that is associated, either attached or detached from those facilities. And the concern, if you heard me yesterday, is you have a building where, and you're right, there's no set percentage, but you have a building where less than 14% is what one would think of as being a dwelling unit. Dwelling, again, I know the definition of under our regulations, but the term dwelling, just as an English term, is someplace to live, not someplace to do golf simulations or lacrosse simulations or other facilities. So my concern particularly is, I would have no issue with this at all. You've got, grandparents living there, visiting, or guests living there. You have sports facilities, but these are considered accessory uses. And the accessory uses, if I can find the language now in front of me here, the accessory uses generally talk about accessory uses being, bear with me, too many pages. An accessory use is generally considered to be secondary to and coincidental, that's not the word, still looking for it, to the residential uses. So to the extent you have a single structure on this parcel and your clients want it to be a separate parcel from residential parcels, it's different from. These are accessory uses. So I'm concerned about it simply because so much of the building is in fact a sports facility or a golf simulator or things which are perfectly usable, acceptable uses in a residential zone, but necessarily not, from my point of view, a structure designed for them. with no principal resident that it relates to. For example, if this were freestanding and not owned by other family members, it would be very curious that someone would want a specific lacrosse area 5 times larger than their bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchens. So the problem I'm having, it's not the appearance. I think when we talk about it doesn't look like, what we're talking about is not that we don't like the aesthetics, but I've never seen a house, a dwelling unit one lives in as a residence or a home, where my lacrosse court with special walls and windows and everything else is 5 times larger than my bedrooms, my closets, my bathrooms, my dining room. So the structure, the struggle I'm having is, it looks like a really great accessory building, and there is no principal residential building that it is associated with. We've done hockey rinks on the same parcel. So the reason I'm struggling with it is, it does not look like a residence, a dwelling unit where people reside. It has uses, it has supplemental uses, but it does not, to me, have a residential primary use in a residential zone. And I've now said it twice, so I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay, so
Big
the answer to that is
Yep, go ahead.
it is in fact a dwelling, whether the sports court is attached or detached, is not a requirement or restriction. You can have an attached tennis court, which would clearly be much larger than any house that you want to count, with whatever number of bedrooms or size of family rooms or the like. So again, we have to get past the proportion in comparison to rooms. That simply is not in the regulations. It's not a basis for deciding if this should be approved or denied. Again, keep referring to this as an apartment of a small area on the second floor is without any foundation in the regulations law. There's a great room that's an entertaining space with a nice big fireplace that the residents of that dwelling have full access to and use. We don't discount what someone has for an exercise or yoga rooms. Those are, in fact, legitimate, consistent uses that are typical with a single family dwelling. Again, proportion notwithstanding is not relevant. The definition describes what you must have as a single family dwelling, and we have that. A family, curiously, if you look at it, no matter what the size of the house is or what it has for amenities, only needs to have, if it has 3 unrelated people occupying that building, they don't even have to be related by marriage or other domestic bond. They simply will designate one as the head of household and the other 2 become roomers or boarders. So the regulations are very clear that we don't pry into what makes up a family, what's the family use, how many kids. It is a single family dwelling with large shared spaces that come up to 5,530 square feet. And we can't discount that and push people back up into this second floor apartment, which it is not. So when you look to the regulations, again, you have to put aside personal subjective observations as to what's weird, what's different, what isn't typical. In order that we don't have vague and arbitrary decisions, you have regulations that specifically articulate the limits and what can and can't be in a house. And we, in fact, comply with every articulated, measurable limit, and even the more subjective ones of special permit as it relates to the neighborhood and the community. We have no
Bingo.
position, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something for you, for everyone. An athletic facility of this, there's a trigger point, as we discussed at the beginning, for an athletic facility in a residential home. And the total athletic uses in this are like 60, 70% of the home. There's a reason that the special permit is triggered for large athletic facilities. And that is because there's a question about their consistency with the residential use. And so the special permit gets triggered for review that an athletic facility is in fact consistent. And beyond the argument that you're hearing from my fellow commissioners about whether the residential is proportional, that's one perspective. But the other perspective, which is where Mr. Lowe was going, is the scope of this athletic facility, which requires a special permit just by its size, being consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Don't answer that, because that's just factual why we have special permit for large size residential athletic facilities. And I'm going to let you answer whatever Mr. Yeski comes up with. Go ahead, Mr. Yeski.
If I could, I'm sorry,
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
Go please ahead.
Yeah, no,
I'm sure Yeski's not going to reach and punch you or anything.
That's a good thing about Zoom. Yeah, I mean, I think particularly if you focus on section 6-5A6, which is the definition of accessory uses.
There you go.
Accessory uses. I'm not talking, I'm going to flip from the structure.
Residential, yep.
Accessory uses in a residential zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's a subordinate and customarily incident to the incident to the principal building or use. And again, to the extent that you are arguing appropriately that you believe this is a single family dwelling unit, and you are saying the principal use of this building is as a single family dwelling unit, the uses actually of the property seem to me to be subordinate and customarily incident to residents. I'm not saying you can't play lacrosse in a house. I'm just saying normally people don't buy a house to play lacrosse in it. They buy a house for dwelling, for living in it, for having spaces. I appreciate the rec room, but you've got large spaces, you have a gym, you have a golf simulator, and you have relatively modest size, what one would consider to be residential devoted use. The design here is what concerns me. It is not a question of, I don't like the way it looks and I've never seen anything like it. It is designed for, it is specifically designed, and you have told us that repeatedly, in fact, the interior and exterior design is specifically for sports activity, which I would consider to be subordinate and customarily incident to residential use. You are in a residential zone. And I think I've now said that enough. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay,
So
Mr.
to respond,
Yeski.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
I'd
go
like to
ahead.
respond.
Of course.
So first of all, in the various discussions we've had on this, we volunteered, although not part of any of the requirement, was asked, well, gee, what, if it's not going to be a sports court anymore, what would one do with such a large structure? And we indicated anecdotally that the space readily allows itself for conversion to an automobile collection place for storage, in which case the 1,200 limitation, of course, does not apply. And the overall special permit requirement is dictated by the bulk over 150,000 cubic feet in volume. So that's the threshold, regardless of the use that we have in it. So whether this is currently a sports court to play lacrosse in, and there's nothing bizarre about the design of it. It just has windows that happen not to be breakable and sheetrock that won't dent. Other than that, it's a beautiful open structure with timber beams and lends itself to that use, future potential use, so that it has other opportunities. But more specifically, back to this accessory use business, if an enclosed tennis court is the size of an R7 single family lot, So whether that structure is attached or detached to a dwelling of virtually any size, it will never be subordinate to the dwelling. It's in connection with, but it is a mammoth structure that have been approved throughout town, and there is no way that you can have these structures which have been permitted and be subordinate to a house, whether it's 2 bedrooms, whether there's a great room or not. So I appreciate it. So that has nothing to do with being a typical layout or ugly or whatever else. It's a simple fact that the regulations allow for this. And I can't help but feel that we're looking for a problem as a way to justify a denial, which I can assure you there is no legal basis.
Mr. Brower, I'm
Ma'am.
sorry.
Hmm?
Once again,
Mhm.
you have what by my humble non-architectural calculations is a 6,500 square foot indoor athletic facility triggers at 1,200 square feet the special permit review. You are hearing in response, you've heard about the dwelling proportions, the accessory uses, but you're also hearing the review of this 6,500 square foot indoor athletic facility. So to cast it as we are looking for a denial would be, I take a great deal of offense at you assuming that we're predetermining. I'm not hearing that from any of the commissioners. I am hearing that they are applying the special permit standards. You heard Mr. Lowe to a special permit application. Mr. Yeski would like to say something, Mr. Brower?
Well, and then I'll respond after to your comment if I may.
My comment, I don't think needs a response. They're reading you the special permit standards, and I keep telling you,
No,
this
we
triggers
do.
a special permit review, and they are reading you the standards.
Yes. So the standards in comparison of, again, citing the size of this indoor play court being smaller than an enclosed tennis court is what I'm trying to stress, would make indoor tennis courts unapprovable by virtue of the interpretation of this standard requiring some accessory activity to be subordinate in size to the residence. So I've said that enough, and it's fact.
Yes,
So
you have said it several times, and we're answering you with a different point. Dennis, do you mind if Mary gets to talk one more time?
Let Dennis go,
Go
please.
ahead, Dennis.
Well, we've talked about it a couple of times. Have we gotten any feedback from town legal or anyone else about
No,
special
we-
permit question?
Nope, we have not asked.
Then I would suggest that we need that.
No. At
You
this-
don't think so?
No.
Okay. I'm not
Um,
voting on this.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary?
No, that's all right, Madam Chair. I think I've probably made my points, but I will just say one more thing. And that is, again, the proposal here is it doesn't have to be a lacrosse court. It can be a fancy garage. And I have seen indoor classic car garages that are great, but they are customarily incident to a residential use of a property. And if they're bigger or smaller, I don't care. But you have one building here, and if it is incident to a significant principal residence, again, I would have no trouble. You have one parcel, you have one structure. I have to look at the structure and analyze it based upon my understanding of what the standard dimensions are with respect to a building that has an accessory use. And there is no other building. So if I'm doing percentages of residential versus non-residential use, I can't say, oh yeah, well, we've had big non-residential uses before on properties where there is a more significant primary residence. It is the thing that makes it acceptable is, oh, it's a residential use of a property and they love hockey, or it's a residential use of the property and they love tennis. That's fine, because the primary residential structure is what is defining the characteristic of the use of the property in a residential zone. I'm looking at this building on this separate parcel, and I've said it before, if there was a primary residential structure and this was there, I would have no problem because it is a secondary structure with accessory uses. The cars or lacrosse or ADU for the grandparents, great idea. But that's an accessory use. It is not what falls within the definition of a residential use where people dwell. They are playing, they are visiting, but it is not, it fits within the number of rooms. It does not fit within residential uses as against accessory uses as defined in 65A6. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
So, Madam Chair, just to
Go ahead, Mr. Brower.
to conclude, I apologize. I had no intention of implying or impugning the position of the commission on a decision yet to be made. I was saying it backwards, I suppose, meaning that in order to approve it, you have to find compliance. In order to deny it, you need to find reasons why it doesn't comply. And we've gone around and around, obviously, at great length as to why we do or don't think it complies. And I will just lastly say again that there's no definition of a principal residence or a subordinate residence. This is a residence. It is by definition a single family residence, and by definition, an enclosed tennis court, attached or detached, will never be incidental in floor plan, layout, or size to a single family dwelling. So with that, I believe I've met the standards that are required, and that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody from the commission want to add something before we go to public comment? No, okay. For anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 91 Cherry Valley Road? 91 Cherry Valley Road. Anyone from the public, kindly raise your virtual hand. And Bianca, you can't comment. Anybody from the public? All right. Commission, what do you want to do with this? Do you want to close it? I don't see a reason to leave it open at this time. It is basically a must close for us tonight, as it is a must close. There's an extension available. If you wanted one, we could ask for one, but right now it's a must close on 6/24. The seated members is Albin, Jones, Lowe, Jenkins, and Wells. What do you want to do with this? Do you want to close it?
I close it. I think everyone's making the same points over and over again.
Yep. Everybody agree with that? Any objections to closing this application at this time?
No.
All righty, this application is hereby closed, and we will move on. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Brower.
Thank you. Good evening.
All right. And 515 East Putnam is Mr. Franco's. I saw Mr. Franco is here, and now I can't find him.
Mr. Haslam's representing the team, I believe.
Yeah, there's Mr. Haslam and Chris Dodaro. Okay, you getting. Okay, hello, Mr. Haslam.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Aren't you glad you don't have a big indoor athletic facility?
Well, I was going to suggest you might want to take a dinner break and come back.
All right.
Come back.
We're echoing.
That's evil.
Mr. Haslam or Mr. Dodaro, one of you has two devices going. Could you shut off the second one?
I don't think it's me.
Nope. The echo stopped. Whoever had it stopped. Usually when you point it out, it stops. Whoever was the guilty party, we don't need to seek them out. Okay, so we did this together. So let's do it together again. 515 East Putnam LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone 5 Brook Ridge Drive from the R20 to the R20 HO as shown on a rezoning map, etc. Okay, and then 515 East Putnam LLC for a final site plan and special permit to adaptively reuse the existing dwelling, construct some additions, and to total 6 2-bedroom units with 12 indoor and 4 outdoor parking spaces at 5 Brookridge Drive. Now, before Mr. Haslam starts, in your email, I don't even see, I just saw it, that we do have a letter from the HDC that says that they do not feel they need to further review, that they don't need to look at the project again for what it has been revised. So this does not have to go back to the HDC. They feel they've signed off, but that doesn't mean that we can't tinker with it. So with that, Mr. Haslam, I will let you hit off.
Thank you. Again, Chip Haslam for the applicant. May I ask that Chris Franco and Tony DeAndrea.
No, we had him in. You really want Tony? Sorry, just kidding.
They
All
can
right,
be elevated
Mr.
too.
Franco, I've got Mr. Franco and Mr. DeAndrea. I'm not seeing you. Would you raise your hand? I'm not seeing Mr. DeAndrea.
Well, I can relate.
There he is. There he is. He's in. It was because he was already in. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the letter from the HDC yet, but I was told that it was forthcoming, so I'm glad you've received that. I did see an email from Steve Bishop, the chairman, yesterday, indicating what you just indicated to the rest of the commission, that they didn't feel that the current revisions required us to go back to HDC. I did also send to you the approved HDC plans, or the plans approved by HDC, I should say, which show that the plans approved were for shingle siding, not stucco. And I guess I wasn't in attendance to the HDC, but Chris Franco tells me that that was discussed in detail. And yes, they recognize the fact that the plans are for shingles, and they were happy with that. So I think that resolved the HDC issue. Hopefully that came up yesterday. There was also an issue as to whether or not how you include certain rooms as to whether they're bedrooms or not, but I think Bianca covered that by explaining that even if you were to include all those rooms that are labeled other than bedrooms, we still have the required parking at 16 spaces. So that issue, I think, has gone away. We did meet with the fire marshal on June 3rd to address his concern about access to the property. Tony, Chris Franco, and myself spent about an hour with him. It was a very productive hour. And eventually we walked out with his recommendation that we widen that access way off East Putnam Avenue to 18 feet by making removing a portion of the wall, restoring the tower as need be. Tony indicated that we can, a fire truck can access that access way over the curb if need be. So that's, I think, resolved too. He wanted us on the Brookridge side. Oh, by the way, too, he also indicated that grass, pave, or the similar would be fine by him if, as the chair suggested, you want to maintain kind of a lawn surface or something in the front of the building, similar to pathways, that would be acceptable to him, as long as the tech specifications met the requirements of GFD. And as I recall, looking at this 20 years ago, you can put a fire truck in the grass pave very easily. They advertise that, in fact. On the Brookridge side, Tony did a study after the meeting, actually, to see whether a hook and ladder could make that turn onto the property off of Brookridge with the current configuration of the curb cut. And that current configuration was intended to maintain a 22-inch maple tree that was on the corner there.
That's the one that you got denied from removing by the tree warden, right?
Well, we did. The former owner.
The former, but somebody got
years
denied.
ago.
Don't split hairs there, Mr. Haslam. Someone put their arms around that tree and said, no, that's all I was checking. So that's the tree.
Yes, that's the tree.
Okay.
I just want to say, and we discussed this actually with the tree warden, and I think he kind of acknowledges that that was in the context at that time of the property being clear cut.
Yep. Keep going.
There's no landscape plan.
Water under the bridge.
whatever. Okay,
Different. Just keep going.
All right. So, the truck can make the turn, but I've actually submitted Tony's study, but it's so tight next to that tree that it still causes concern for the fire marshal. So we reached out to the tree warden as well, met with him and discussed re-looking at this removal of the maple tree. And Tony showed on this plan where we could put 3 large specimen trees along Brook Ridge in place of the maple tree to be removed. The tree warden indicated that he'd have to post it and, if necessary, hold a hearing. But otherwise, I think he was more amenable to it than he was several years ago. And we walked away, I think, feeling fairly positive about that. And I would hope, too, that the commission, given, weighing the issue of saving a tree or the public health and safety, particularly when we're proposing to replace that tree with 3 other trees, I would hope that the health and safety issue would outweigh the retention of that tree, which, by the way, is not a fantastic specimen of a tree. So that's still, we're good with the fire marshal. I don't think there's any need to go back there. And it's just a question of where Dr. Kramer is in the process right now. But that was probably about a week ago. So we're basically okay either way. We just think that we should probably try to accommodate the fire marshal if we can. Let's see. We made some revisions. We took the initiative after the last meeting when you were talking about concerns about bulk, etc. So Chris Dodaro, the architect, went back to the drawing board and together with Chris Franco made some modifications to the plans. I'll let Chris go into those in detail, but basically they're removal of 2 chimneys to bring the scale down, open up that garage on the westerly side to make it look a carport, because there was discussion about seeing that from the post road, and also revising some dormers, again, bringing the sense of height and bulk down. But I'll let Chris go into that in greater detail. You have those plans. Yesterday, Bianca mentioned the fact that she didn't have the floor plans showing those revisions. So those were submitted to her today. There's not a huge change to the floor plans, but we submitted them. You have those. You asked for the rendition, which would be the same as the A201 elevation. Chris' office yesterday went and created that, and we submitted that as well. So you should have that to review with us this afternoon. And I think that was really the majority of the issues that were raised yesterday in the briefing or in the staff notes.
And don't forget that you sent us the new renderings. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, a few things. What, just quickly, what type of maple, what was it, or is it that you're removing, suggesting be removed?
Sugar.
I have to admit that none of us know. And
did the tree warden not know?
He didn't specify. He just says, we're just talking about maple, right, Tony? I don't recall going into it.
That's correct. There was no mention.
And like all trees that are desired to be removed, it's in a decrepit state, I assume.
I drive by that every day, and it's not it's not a beautiful specimen, that's for sure.
You also referred to 3 specimen trees to replace that 1 tree. Could you define, is there the diameter breast height for a specimen tree? What would that be?
Well, Tony marked the location or approximate location of where we could put large trees to make that replacement. It's actually on his plan. I'm not an arborist, so I can't say what specimen trees, but we'll have Bill Rutherford, if you approve it, take those 3 tree locations and add them to his landscape plan.
I'm trying to just get an idea of scale. So, when we have an applicant say, don't worry, we're taking down 70 trees, but we're replacing them with 300, and they're all 2 to 3 inch caliber trees that are being placed in here. You made the reference to specimen. I just want to know how you're defining specimen.
Nice trees, very nice trees.
I got that, but I'm asking with regard to size and diameter at breast height.
Well, as it is, we have the landscape plan provides for over 250 trees, of which 3 are quite large. We would try to, I think, duplicate, and Chris Franco can chime in here, what we're proposing for the other 3 trees of significant size along Brook Ridge, recognizing we want to try to maintain the streetscape over there. So, but Chris, if you want to chime in as to what you want to do.
I think that we're willing to do whatever the tree warden requests.
Good. That's always really wise.
Yeah.
He's a good tree warden.
Yeah, he is a good tree warden, and I think he He acknowledged that when this tree was considered last time, there was broad public opposition to the 86 unit, 6-story, 830G project.
Got it.
There. So he thought that that had a lot to do with the process last time.
Okay. All right. I've got a bunch of hands up, and I think Patrick wants to add something, and then Peter Lowe, you can come back in. But
Yeah, I don't want to disregard the good comments, but anything that's going to happen in the right of way is going to be Dr. Kramer's purview. So while we could certainly suggest the replacement if there is one, the removal and any replacement is going to be that decision alone, not the commission's.
I was just questioning what was meant by a specimen tree as opposed to a 2 or 3 inch caliber tree. That was the nature of my question.
And I'm only bringing it up because that specimen tree may not be the recommended course of action for a number of reasons. So I don't want anyone to get expectations up for things that may not happen, right? That may be alternative things.
Yeah. The other question I had, this is actually in response to Mr. Haslam's, I think I saw a correspondence where you weren't sure about comments that I had made specifically with regard to a perspective that I was looking for. And to be clear, it is the perspective from the east looking west. You did provide originally a kind of a rendering that cast the 2 outside buildings, if you will, in a kind of silhouette flat color, and a more detailed rendering in the middle of that structure. And what I was asking about is, and then you subsequently, and we saw some of these renderings yesterday, but we didn't see it from that perspective. We saw it from the Post Road, we saw it from Brookridge, but we did not see it from the other side. And what I was looking for is something similar where you've got the 3 structures aligned, but a rendering that was consistent for all 3, that was showing the detail, including the relative size difference, massing, however you want to describe it. That's what I was looking for to answer your question in that correspondence. Am I being clear, Mr. Haslam?
Yes, thank you. That inquiry made to Bianca was to try to clarify and see what we need back. And she wrote back to me that she thought that the view most of the members were looking for was the one on the A201 from Brookridge. And so that's when we submitted. I was struggling with coming from the other side because we're talking about the public view from basically the Sunoco station looking towards the high school. Was that what you were looking for? Or was it there's a subdivision behind us on the eastern side? And it's not really a public view, but there is something over there. I'm not sure how much of a view.
Okay, but the purpose of this, for the reason I was asking, is I'm trying to get a feel for how these structures relate to one another. And for an HO, we're concerned about complementary and secondary structures, okay, and their appearance. And it's not just their appearance from a single perspective, or we have to be comfortable with the fact that this complies with the HO regulation.
Right.
And part of the concern that I think has been expressed right along is how complementary, how secondary, how do these things fit together? And so that's what I was looking for, and that's why I was asking.
Okay, now I understand better now. I thought the commission was looking mostly for seeing what views you would get from Brookridge and the Post Road, but you're actually looking for the eastern elevation of the buildings, basically looking west. That's what you're looking for.
Well, yes.
Chris, is that something that we can?
But that's what we provided.
But did you provide the detail? Did I not see this?
Why don't you throw them up, because they came today, and that's always tricky. Can
Yeah,
someone share?
we provided the Yeah, let me,
Not to provide excuses, but we get a lot of information thrown at us in general, and having stuff arrive the day of our meeting
In the, yeah,
is problematic, to say the
tricky,
least.
yeah.
Well, yes, and we tried to respond as quickly as we
I know
could.
you did.
I know, you're
understand.
trying to respond and.
To our
Yeah.
hearing
So-
yesterday.
so
briefing
do you
yesterday.
want me to share the, that image?
We can, Patrick, who is the god of the Zoom, can give you sharing powers if you're really nice to him.
I'm
It
just
would be what, it would be what we sent today, unless you have.
We have it,
Usually
but yeah, but it's always good to have the cursor walking people around.
Yeah, understood. So Pat, what do I need to do too?
Krista,
Just share your screen.
you should be able to share right now.
Okay.
Yeah, there should be it should be an option on the bottom of your screen.
Yep. Can you all see that?
Yes, and would you identify each of these buildings by their established names or monikers?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question, Peter. So that's that's what we've always been calling the main house, because that's the existing house on the Post Road, which is here to the right. And then in the center section, that's what we've referred to as the carriage house, which has a sympathetic architecture to the main structure, although downplayed. And then to the left over here is the is what we've referred to as the barn structure. Now, I also have this because it was brought up with the board. I also have this exact same view without the plantings on
Yeah,
it.
that was cool. I saw that. I like that.
And incidentally, this is from the west looking east, is it not?
Well, this is from Brookridge. You're standing on Brookridge, and
Well,
then
that would be west of these structures, correct?
Yes, DeLo, yes.
And I was looking for, what I was asking for is the other side also.
Oh, the other side.
He's looking for, come on, the Post Road view.
No,
that's not it. I have the Post Road view.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. Yeah,
that's
you
not what
provided
I'm
that.
looking for.
Okay.
I'm looking
Mr.
for
Lowe.
the rendering of what this looks like on the other side of what we're looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is looking
from Brookridge.
It's looking from the west toward the east on Brookridge. I'd like to see the other side if you had a similar one. And it's also instructive to show this without the plantings, and it helps us understand how these structures relate to one another and the complementary and secondary nature of the two structures on the left.
May I make a comment? This is Chris Franco.
Hi, Chris.
Hi. I would just, we didn't prepare a view from the other side, just this side, Chris, because this is west looking east. Now, on the east side, there is no public view because there are homes on the east side of this property. The public views are from the Post Road and from Brookridge. But I would say that the view, and because I'm very familiar with the views, it's almost the inverse of this, because the barn is symmetrical on both sides. The carriage house is symmetrical on both sides. The main house is slightly different on the east side than on the west side, but the view would look very much like this.
And is it your view that the two left structures, the barn and the whatever the one in the middle, the carriage house, are secondary?
Yes, very, very much so. I would say that they're secondary in multiple ways. For one thing, the carriage house is 20% smaller FAR than the main house, and the barn house is 32% smaller FAR than the main house. The footprint on the carriage house is 34% smaller than the main house, and the footprint on the barn house is 21% smaller than the main house. I would also point out that neither the carriage house or the barn are as tall as the main house.
What is the difference in the height there?
The main house is 37.7 feet tall, and the carriage house is 32.4 feet tall. So it's 14. The carriage house is 14% shorter than the main house, and the barn is 33 feet. So the barn is also 14% shorter than the main house. We've done some other things too. You'll notice that the design is more simple. The main house has got lots of flourishes on it. It's got large dormers at the roof line. We've done shed dormers on the carriage house and on the barn house to keep the bulk down, but also because it's a more simple design. And I think it's also very important that contextually these buildings are literally subordinate because they're designed to be essentially accessory structures on a grand property, on a grand house at the turn of the last century, by being designed to be a carriage house and a barn, which were by definition secondary because they were subordinate structures. Another important element is that they're behind the main house. So when your view of the front of the main historic house from the post road, they both sit behind it as they would. That would have been the context, if they were present on this property, at the turn of the last century. So I think that in terms of the size, FAR, the height, the footprint, the design details, the contextualized, nature of the buildings, as well as their placement on the property, they're secondary in all regards. And by the way, I would also point out that the Department of Interior standards for
additions, we know them.
For additions, it's not based on size alone. It's based on all of the factors. Size is certainly one of the factors, but it's based on.
Yeah, I know, but Mr. Franco, just to stop you there, the problem is that our charge is not so much about the Department of Interior. The HDC does more of that. We're looking at our regs, and our regs are very specific about the proportions and the accessory, what's the word, Mr. Lowe?
Complementary and secondary?
Complementary and secondary. So Mr. Lowe is I'm not going to say you're the resident expert.
No,
on the
don't
HO.
say anything about Mr. Lowe. Thank you very much. They'll
but
form their own opinions.
But what he's getting to is we keep having to put it against the filter of 6109 of our regulation, which talks about this. And so when it comes to us, that's what we're trying to get to. And that's why. So we do know about the Department of Interior. We're aware of them. We know what they say about it. But at the same time, our regulation itself is different, and we're held first to the zoning regs. Okay, go ahead, you guys.
No, can I ask, I just like
Yes,
to make
sir.
a comment to that because I understand what you're saying. But I also think that we have to look at the intent of the HO reg. The intent of the HO reg is to incentivize preservation, because here we have a property that it's R20, as you know. It could be, it checks all the boxes for a 3-lot subdivision. And if we were to subdivide it, we would be able to build 5,850 square foot houses on each of the 3 lots. But by the way, those 3 houses would be larger than each of these 3 houses. That's what's currently permitted if we were to subdivide the property.
We're not evaluating that. We're evaluating what's before.
Please let me finish. So what I'm saying is that the HO reg was put in place, pursuant to this commission's work with the plan of conservation and development, which, by the way, the number 1 and number 2 of the 6 things.
Mr. Franco, please. It's not a good tack to read us. We wrote the POCD. This group that's sitting here before you, we wrote it. We know every single guiding principle. We did not use a consultant, and we wrote it. We know what the guiding principles are, and I think sadly we can tell you all the objectives. We do understand that we're supposed to look at the intent of 6109. We're very clear. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're adhering to the regs. I don't think it's a good idea to.
I was trying to get to I was trying to make a point, and I apologize.
It sounded kind of like you were teaching us our work, and
No, I'm not teaching your work because I know that you wrote it. But the point I was getting to was under the HO reg, we would be entitled if we got that reg to have 21,200 square feet of FAR on this property. Now we have a main house that's only 5,800 square feet. So how do we get the additional 14,000 square feet? Well, we're not going for that because we're not trying to do larger. We're going for 13,900, which is 36% less than we would be entitled to. But my point, I guess, is the HO reg has to work for large properties with relatively normal size houses, or else how does it provide an incentive? So I think it's quite ingenious what my team has done here, because they've not gone for the max, but we are trying to take advantage of the incentives. These 6 condo units are only 2,300 square feet each. They're not enormous. I mean, we could go much bigger if we were trying to go for the HR incentive. But like this, the HO reg has to also work for larger properties like ours that have relatively normal size houses, because the new square footage, the incentive square footage has to go somewhere. And I think they've done a gorgeous job of making it work and contextualizing it. That's where I was trying to go on that. I was talking about the incentive.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lowe, you were talking. And then
No, I was
Noel,
talking, but
and Arn is after that.
yeah, and I'm if my hand is still up, it can be lowered.
I
And I'll
did
let
lower it.
others speak.
Okay. Madam Jones.
Thank you. I had a question. I'm wondering if somebody could talk a little bit more about your discussion with HDC regarding the siding and kind of how you decided to use the shingle for the building you're proposing to preserve, and then kind of what that was discussed, that versus the stucco, which is currently on there and on the neighboring houses.
Well, it's interesting because we faced the same question when I did the Harbor House project, which is down at 165 Shore Road in Old Greenwich. It was an 1895 inn that we repurposed as a 6-unit condominium development. It was also a stucco building that had the half timbers like this building does. So we spent a lot of time on the question with the HDC when we were doing that, and we provided a bunch of evidence to them that it was a material that would have been, that would have been appropriate at the time, the shingle that is. And they decided at that time that it was appropriate for the project, and it's been considered a big success. So we had this essentially the same discussion because this building is very similar in design to the Harbor House. It's got the stucco, half timbering. It's got the outriggers. So what we said was that we would like to do it very much in the spirit of how we did the Harbor House Inn. And the Harbor House Inn, the Harbor House condominiums have won awards from the American Institute of Architects, from the Connecticut State Historic Preservation. So the success of that project, I think, was helpful in terms of, describing how we wanted to do this one as well.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? So with the Harbor House Inn, the houses that are around it, are they mostly single wood, or are they?
The building was always shingle, though. That building was always shingle, and you're really going to the question of.
No, Madam Chair, the Harbor House was stucco.
Oh boy, that is not how I remember the.
Well, you know what? You remember it. You remember it because it had aluminum siding on it. It had white clapboard aluminum siding for years, and when we took the aluminum siding off, it was stucco and half timber, just the same as this building.
Got it. Okay.
The neighboring houses, are there where the Harbor House is, are they clapboard, or what is the sort of, I guess, the neighborhood? I live in the western side of town, so I don't get down.
I think it's a whole mix. It's a whole mix of architecture. This building is quite a bit larger because it was an inn, and back at the turn of the last century, there were about a dozen inns down in Old Greenwich along the waterfront. This is the only remaining one. So it's kind of a larger structure. Well, it was larger. Now they're building very large structures on the waterfront, but yeah.
So is it the only, are all the other ones around it newer buildings, or is it the only one that was preserved in that area?
They're mostly, when you say newer, meaning, yeah, like in the mid 20th century to new. There's a lot of new houses that are getting built these days.
Right.
There were a few larger ones. There's a McKim Mead and White house on the waterfront that's only like 2 houses away, and that's a shingle and half timber house, like what we're proposing here, and like what we did at Harbor House.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to understand sort of where this is all, where the shingles were sort of coming from on this. So thank you for your
But
explanation.
I guess the underlying answer is this house was always stucco, and now it won't be.
Right.
That's correct.
And yet the early elevations you showed us were timber. I remember seeing it in timber and stucco, in half timber and stucco. Why did you change?
Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's always been shingle and half.
Oh,
And it has been,
that-
if you look at the
that-
HDC, I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, go ahead, Chip. You were getting to it.
I was just going to say, if you look at the HDC approved drawings, which I sent over to you, those show shingle, not stucco, and that was
I
done
think-
several months ago.
Right.
So
I think
once
that
they-
was just hard to see until we saw these renderings, and then it sort of pops out at you. The shingle pops out at you more in these renderings than it did in the original architectural drawings.
I know. I very distinctly remember one that was.
Okay.
Well, we wouldn't have submitted plans different than that.
Well, I think it was
approved from
before.
HDC.
It could have been before you went to HDC, but I remember seing it. I can find it in the files. I could
And
be
it
wrong,
might
but
be before I was on the commission. So
no,
yeah.
you've been around for a long time now. All right, off we go. Okay, nothing else, Madam Jones?
I think that's all.
Okay,
moment.
Arn?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So we recently got really a summary letter from HDC, indicating their continuing support for the project. I wonder, maybe Mr. Franco or Mr. Doro could comment, when you originally went before HDC, what were the 3 reasons that stood out in your mind that they supported you? And did any of them have to do with these accessory buildings, the barn, the carriage house? Because I haven't seen their original approval. Maybe it's buried somewhere in all the documents, the minutes, I don't know, or their letter, but I'll rely on you. What stuck in your mind in terms of why they supported your projects? The 3 key reasons.
Well, we were so pleased that they did. It was a unanimous vote. There was a discussion about there was a detailed discussion about the project, similar to what we're doing now, but even more so, I think, in terms of digging down into the architecture, the history of the buildings. I think they very much. I think they were very pleased that we were putting the main house back together again, adding the porte cochere detail and really enhancing that. I think that they liked the way we were at the additions. We did talk about the secondary aspect, and we had a very similar conversation to what we're having now. And I think they were satisfied that they were secondary, and I think they thought it was pretty clever the way we had spread out the massing in what appears to be 2 different structures, even though they're in fact additions, and that they're sort of referencing what would have been substantial accessory structures on a big estate at the turn of the last century.
And are they connected, Mr. Franco, for some reason? I mean, could they have been standalone? Is there, they're all connected. Is that just to get to the garages or stay out of the rain, or?
They're connected at the foundation level, and they're also connected with connectors. And
right.
It's really just one. It's interesting because it's one structure, but it's kind of spread out in a nice way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lowe, and then Madam Jones again, and then Dennis.
Yeah.
Just follow each other if you think of it.
You may have answered this question before, but I was wondering exactly which components of the existing house will be retained? To what, and specifically, I mean, are you taking this down to the studs and all the walls coming off, the roof coming? What is being retained?
So the entire exterior, envelope of the building will be retained. The front porch, everything really, to the extent we find something that's rotted out and needs replacement. For example, if you look on the two gables on the front, they have spires on the top of them, and those have broken off basically, but the remnants of them are there. So those will be replaced. To the extent that any of the half timbering is rotted out, it will be replaced. Basically, it's like what we did with Harbor House. We go through and we just try to make sure that there's, that there's integrity to, all of the components. We try to keep everything that we can.
Just to jump in, Chris, just on the quick answers, we're saving everything.
Yeah.
The main structure, and then reconstituting the portico share, and then the addition of that piece. But everything here, everything will remain and be fixed and put back.
Okay,
like
so, but you're gonna replace windows. You may replace those columns. I don't know.
The columns, and none of this on the porch will be replaced. This is really phenomenal detailing with this post detailing, which we copied for the carriage house structure. It's stunning, and these outriggers on this low porch all exist, and then we'll be replicating that faithfully as if you wouldn't know that it was gone, and then tied into.
Right, and you'll remove. I assume you'd remove the roofing, as it were, but the timbers underlying the skeletal structure remains in place, or.
Correct. And the roof, the roof is going to be, again, Chris cites Harbor House, and certainly Take a Ride past, but Harbor House sort of, had these sins committed on it as well, where, you had a beautiful wood roof that was originally on the structure, which we know from existing photographs on Harbor House and on this house. So the wood roof will be put back for the asphalt shingles that are on it. So this really puts back the precise integrity of that house from those material choices, and then all the parts, the massing and everything of this house exists as it was.
How would you describe the last question? How would you describe the current state of deterioration that has occurred, not only just from lack of attention, but there's been damage inflicted by marauding gangs of teenagers and the like. So is that a material destruction, or is it largely just cosmetic?
Chris, you can answer that.
Yeah, I would say that I would say that the building has definitely been deteriorating, and there's going to be a fair amount of repair that's needed. The damage that was done, we did have teenagers break in there and do some damage, but that was pretty much cosmetic stuff. They broke windows,
right?
And we've boarded them up. We're anxious to. We know that that's not optimal to have boarded up windows. We kind of cut it in, we put it in place, and we painted it black to try to make it look a little bit better. But we're looking forward to getting the new windows and doors in place. We're looking forward to getting the new shingles, on the siding, the shake roof. It's going to be stunning. I really think that this building, if you all approve it and if we're permitted to go ahead and build it, I think it's going to be a landmark. And I've done a bunch of projects in town that people really love. I'm not really a stranger to this planning and zoning process, because for some reason, a lot of these projects, require a lot of review, and they're sometimes, controversial.
As they should.
Yeah, as they should. But at Harbor House, we had a petition that was presented that had 200 people that were opposing it. And it's so interesting to me that the guy that was sort of the ringleader has since reached out to me to tell me that it's his favorite building in town, and he thanked me for persevering and going forward. So I know that if we do this building, it will become a landmark and it will become a beloved.
One more question having to do with you did provide us with that rendering, and I'd like to see it now if possible, without from Brookridge, without the plantings of the three structures. Can you do that?
Let me pull that up for you. Let's see here. What we have. So you're looking for the Brookridge with no plantings?
The one that you just showed, Chris.
Yeah.
But without the plantings.
Yeah, the A201 rendition without the plantings.
Yeah. Yeah, give me 1 second here. Hi. 1 second. Post Road Brookridge. Okay. So that's it, correct?
Right.
Yes.
That
Yes,
I believe
that's
is the
correct.
perspective we're.
Yeah, that's it without plantings.
Correct, without and that's at eye height level. I know that was brought up in the briefing, as all the views have been from standard eye height view.
And I guess I would also just note that this is taken from Brookridge, so you see that there's a large lawn, probably almost 50% of the width of the. If you're looking at the property from the Post Road to its left side, which is along Brookridge, there's a very large open space lawn. And then you'll see a wall. You'll see a wall that goes between the main house and the barn, and there's a couple of steps up, and that's like a raised lawn that's between the three structures.
Yeah. And back to, I think, what Mr. Lowe was saying, or the question about the HDC, Chris, if you remember, is that Philip Dodd, the architect on the HDC, he had really positive comments about the overall composition, which is what's been talked about a lot, but he was very, very positive about this sort of creating this campus feel, so to speak, or the large green in here where these accessory, the buildings can look onto this green as well, which also was the big positive, was that by the positioning of this building on the far side of the property and the barn towards the far left of the property, that, as you just mentioned, Chris, creating 50% of the property this way really as this long green to present it. He loved how it was compact up in that the far side and towards the back, and then left the big lawn to the front for all the plantings and sort of the breathing area around it. But he made a very point of being very positive on that comment, which is how we designed it.
Okay, we have a lot of hands up. My next person is Ann Knoll.
Okay. So again, I just want to clarify two things. One is, so with the main building, what we're calling the main building here is 100% of what was sort of the original building, aside from the porte cochere that's disappeared, is being preserved. Is
Correct.
that
Correct.
And then, okay, then with regards back to the shingles again. So in your, in the, I guess the deed of restriction or whatever it is for the HO, sort of in perpetuity, the shingles would be the look that we would be preserving with this building.
Yeah, we would put a preservation easement on the property that essentially states that nothing on the exterior could be changed without the approval of the Historic District Commission.
Right.
Okay.
And that would include the shingles, certainly. And
so they wouldn't have the possibility of sort of without their permission of say reverting to stucco or something.
No, not under the HO.
Okay, just confirming. Thank you.
And that's not out of the goodness of their hearts. Mr. Yeski?
Yes. Could you humor me? Can you put up the rendering from the post road? So you're looking north. When Peter first started, I thought that's what he was after. You can see a part of that building. If you're driving west on the post road, you're going to see part. There is an empty lot there. There is a building one lot back in that would block, I think, a good bit of this project. But I wanted to see if you're at the post road where most people are going to see this. They're not going to see it from Brookridge.
Right. Mr. Yeski. Yeah. This is the small portion.
Right.
Yeah. You
and that's
I think you were right. I think you had that nailed right on the money yesterday too. And the here that's the small portion that you can see of the carriage house beyond. So you can see, how far back that's, and then, look at the, and this look, with the computer, which is certainly amazing on these models. So this is at eye height for, well, a 6-foot person, 5.5 feet above grade. So the vast majority of people would actually have an eyesight lower than this, but and the perspective is absolutely correct. But, look at the height, as you lose it in perspective back, the delta. Now, as a straight, delta between the two, we're talking between 37.5 feet and less than 32.5 feet. That's right, 5. But, here you have the main, and then here you have this one beyond.
No, I got it. But
yeah.
The main house is the largest structure we're looking at from the post road.
Yes, in all respects.
Well, not so much from Brookridge. Sorry, because that's our issue. From this side, from the post road, those structures look secondary. But when you flip it to Brookridge, they don't look so secondary. And I get it. I get what you were saying about it's smaller, but not significant. It's an interpretation of what you mean by secondary. But from this side, I remember this from earlier, not this one, but another one. It does look secondary, but it doesn't look secondary.
No, look, it's a great point, and Chris Franco brought this up, and we've discussed this a lot. Compare this sort of, the old. When I was back in school in the 1970s, compare and contrast. But you look at Harbor House, just to give a perspective, is the houses in the area are around 4,500 to say 5,000 square feet around Harbor House. Harbor House is north of 15,000 square feet on a piece of property that's a fraction of size. So it's already, as an element, is dominating the other houses over there, yet it still fits in. Here we sort of have the opposite. We're only starting with a house that's, only in 5,800 square foot range. So when you have the HO and you have to have the other structures and you have to have the other, had we started here with a 15,000 square foot structure, then just by virtue of starting with a bigger building on a bigger property, just by virtue of the FAR, you're going to automatically wind up, the height of Harbor House, everything goes into it. But that just sort of comes, and I'll leave it at this. The quick point is, we've worked really hard and applied everything that we've learned from working on historic buildings at the beach, working on the oldest house at Feek Ferris, putting, all these structures, learning over all these years. We're just doing the best that we can to really make something that overall is really beautiful, saves this building, maintains this beautiful corridor along the post road, but also makes it into something that really is viable as an adaptive reuse going forward. But we don't want to, so to speak, penalize the fact that this is a big property with a sort of normal sized house too.
Yeah, and I get your point. I absolutely get your point. It's a lot easier to build a secondary structure if you start with a huge primary structure.
Yeah, exactly.
I got it. And this is a smaller primary structure. And from the post road, it looks fine.
Right.
It doesn't look. Now I can understand HTC why they love the building. I mean, the campus environment, it's like a little recreation of some, period of time. And if I was an architect, I'd love it too. But that's where we run into a little bit of a conflict between HTC and our regulations, which has been mentioned a couple of times. So this view, because you can see this. you can't really see much back. I drove by it again. There is a house, one lot back in, but you can see in there, but not a lot, quite frankly. You're going to see this with landscaping, obviously, as you drive down the post road.
No, look, Mr. Yeski,
Chris, the one other comment that I would make is that when you're looking at it from Brookridge, see here you're looking at the house the long way, and from Brookridge you're looking at it in profile, so it's much narrower. And when you're looking at the carriage house from Brookridge, you're looking at it the long way.
Right.
And not
no,
in
that's
profile.
that we get that. I was just trying to articulate exactly that. You know, it's like if you want to look thin, you know, look straight on. If you feel like you want to be fat, you're going to have a different view. And yeah, that's the issue I think we're having.
Mr. Yeski, and I really appreciate your positive comments a lot. We really do, and because we do work. Look, at the end of the day, I get it. We have regs and we follow them and we do all these things, but really, we want to make something beautiful, right? I mean, that's this bottom. We want to make something, drive and say, wow, that is really stunning and really beautiful. And we follow along on all the codes, and there have been things written about this, about how codes should be written and incentivizing, and Christopher had done a lot of writings on this. But to the point about the size of the building, and I'll just make this quick, is the carriage house is very specifically done to architecturally. This is very precise, that it follows along in the architectural detailing of the main, yet just pulls it down a little bit, meaning you don't have the upper gabled dormers with additional detailing of the half timbering. You don't have the tall chimney. You don't have the big roof. This steps it's down lower. It puts a one big long single roof over it, so it brings it down. It keeps a very simple shed dormer to it. It's meant to sit in this middle zone, in the Goldilocks zone between relating to the building. And almost the idea is stretching out the size of the main building to say, these were the initial ones, because we don't start with a house or a building that's all that big. So it's saying, let me stretch that out and then have the barn structure to it. So we're trying to sit it, you know.
We got it. We have to come back and deal with our regulations too. And I got it.
Absolutely. I get it. I appreciate it, but very much.
And you're sure that, you're sure that the HDC was clear that you were moving away from the stucco?
Oh, yes, 100%, because it was discussed, and also the plans that are approved, show the shingles.
Okay. I'm just surprised. Okay. Dennis, you're done, right? Now we go to Mary Jenkins.
Yeah, on this particular rendering, the single story connections between the three different buildings, are those solid or are they open?
Well, they're not solid, but they have door. There's glass there, so there's a porousness through the glass, but they're not breezeways.
They're enclosed, but they're not solid walls.
They're not solid walls, so there's a lightness to them.
Okay, so the fact that they look very solid, I mean, they almost to me look like garage doors, but I'm not good at reading renderings. But so you're saying light will come through them. They're not going to look like very solid connections between the buildings.
No, we did, and if you want to get a sense of it too, we did something similar, which is where this has come from when we did the connection between the historic Feig Ferris house to what's the new house. We have this very tenuous connection with glass, so the glass reflects the light, it has an airiness to it, and it feels more tenuous. And then the way it's planted too, will make those dissolve. So
got it.
Yeah. That's a good question. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a
Very
great
good question.
I like that answer because it makes it look a little more ethereal. It looks very
That's exactly right. And it's glazed on both sides. So you really are going, it's as close as you can get it to being open air. So you'll get the reflection through it. So there's absolutely a lightness to it. So you're right on the money with that.
Okay. And there is in fact another stone wall between there and Brookside, right? There's an existing stone wall along Brookside. This-
Um,
Brookridge.
there's an existing stone wall on
No, there isn't. There's a stone.
Post Road.
There's a stone wall in the front of the property facing East Putnam Avenue, but presently there's a chain link fence,
Okay,
along Brook Ridge.
okay, all right, that's good. And if we can just go back to the front for one more second for
Yeah, sure.
well, for me, again, I don't always read what I'm looking at as well as I should. The non-landscape.
Oh, it's fine. I know. I realize.
Some of us are not as artistic as you guys are. On this one, the parallelogram that's over the porte cochere, is that the back building or part of the front building?
This portion right here.
Yeah.
That's the carriage house structure.
Okay.
So that's the middle building, and then the barn structure you cannot see at all.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so in other words, that parallelogram, the front layer of it is not resting on the roof of the original.
No, and in reality, when you start adding layering of depth, we try to get this to have you be able to read it as well as we can, but in essence, as farther back, it would actually be, less in focus to what is out here. And, again, to the extent of the size of this building, by reconstituting the porte cochere and doing this element, we try to really bring this great grandeur and because neither of the other, look, it's very clear that neither of the other two buildings are beautiful, and we want them to be beautiful, but they just cannot compare in any way to the power of the existing building that's there. They just will not. And as you see this thing dynamically, when you move from coming up the post road and you're catching this and you lose all of that and you're traveling along with the landscape, the whole power of what it says, it's all about the main house and the main structure, with the other things just sitting behind it and into the right of it and over the lawn and over the landscaping and then the layering back to it. So really seeing this this is a gorgeous rendering, but seeing it in reality will be incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I love that you guys are in love with your project, but telling
We
us
do.
telling us that doesn't get us through our process. It's just if you would just stay focused on the questions, if you guys wouldn't mind, because I'm really glad you're in love with it. It's cool to hear, but let's stay focused.
No,
Okay?
what I'm trying to.
I think my question kind of elicited that.
Okay, well, all right.
Yeah, no,
okay.
but what I was trying to get to was here's the thing, as architects, we get focused and people get focused on the drawings. We forget that it's not about this as this object on the screen. It's about what is there in reality and what your experience is of that in reality, which is what Mr. Lowe and Mr. Yaski, everyone is getting to that. What's the experience of entering a space or viewing this from the street as you move around it in space dynamically and with plantings? That's what we're doing, not this
Okay.
image. This is just an
Okay.
object.
All right, we gotcha.
Yeah, thank you.
Do I have
Humor me.
any-
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank
Okay,
you.
Mr. Lowe is back. And
Just quickly, it occurs to me as you're heading on the post road from the Greenwich Avenue side, from the west, and when that corner comes into view, the corner of Brook Ridge and the
Right.
post road, will this have because you're talking about appearances here, will it have the appearance of one connected building with all three of these lined up, with the connection of those open, well lit panels that are the connective tissue, if you will, between the structures?
Here's the other view.
Chris, I think we have a view from the corner.
We do.
Yeah, that's the one I was.
Well,
I was
in the original
I'm
submission.
not sure I know exactly when the structure or structures would come into view as you're coming up that hill from hillside.
So this is one view. I tell you, I don't give the younger guys in my office enough credit how good they are when they can operate this in meetings. I feel like I'm behind, but this is one view as you're moving and then I have another one even more around the corner, but this is sort of the first shot where again you're not seeing the carriage house at all and you're seeing much farther back. You can see the size scale of the barn structure and also the carport. We voided that out as well, which gives a lot lightness and we dropped 1,200 square feet off of that building. and seeing through it. Again, getting to the other question.
Yeah, and I recognize that the two quote secondary buildings will be recessed from the foreground of the main building. But I just wondered if you're driving up there, will they all look like one connected large structure?
Well,
that's really the question that's been on his mind. If you wouldn't, I've heard this question raised over and over again. And in your narrative, you say they will look like disconnected, like they aren't connected. That is a question Peter Lowe keeps asking and why he's been asking for the renderings. Does it look like a big thing, or does it have enough differentiation to fool the eye? Is it a
no,
trompe
there
l'oeil?
is clearly differentiation.
But is it trompe l'oeil that it really makes you think it's a bunch of different buildings? That's what I hear Peter Lowe asking over and over again. Peter, I'm putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if when you drive up to, I'm not comparing this to it, but I am, the high school and all those buildings, there are discrete buildings, and there's an auditorium, and there's a long corridor, and then there's a main building, and then there's this and the science building, and blah, blah. Right, like looking at this, with this very flat image, I recognize. I'm just curious, would this all just look like, oh my gosh, look at that large building? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, so again, I mean, that is a great question, because again, you're doing what I was saying. You're talking about, in reality, what you see, what's the perception, how do we as humans react to buildings, and we come into contact with them. And you can see here you have the main building out in front, and you can see the architecture and all of the detailing and the height and the chimney on it. You look back here, so it occludes quite a bit of the carriage house, but here more prominent than the carriage was sitting. But the architecture of this is just, it's sympathetic. So we have to do both things. We have to be sympathetic and make it look like it belongs on this site, not landed from outer space, but yet it is very different. Even to the extent on here, the way the trim is painted, where on the main building, we're doing a lighter painted trim, not quite white, but more of a cream color, which brings up the richness of the timbering and the half timbering and the spires and all of these elements on here. Then what happens a lot of times, see barn, the trim is painted out in a neutral tone, much like the siding is and much like the stone on it. So it drops back in terms of its level of brightness and its level of intensity. Again, no question. Look, you can see beautiful compositions when you drive up past Brunswick School, when they did the big field house and how that looks to the main buildings. This is following along exactly on those same lines.
Well, I'm thinking about people in a car driving up, and they're maybe slowing down when they get up toward the light, but they're looking across, and I want to know, what I'm kind of getting at is, will this kind of line up as you view from your car window, or even if you're walking on the other side and on the sidewalk, will this contribute to the creation of a massing effect that you wouldn't see if you were standing down the road on Brookridge, where you can see three separate entities differentiated? But here, there's sort of a blending, and it may just be the image. I'm just wondering whether that had been taken into account and whether it might contribute to a massing effect.
Well, to your point, the positioning of the buildings was specifically set to achieve what it is that you're talking about. So the carriage house is specifically set farther in this direction so that you get all the green space in front of it, and then the barn structure comes this way closer, and it's the farthest back. So you're trying to put all the moves of keeping it packed away and subsidiary to the main structure, and then orient them in a direction where you don't in fact read them as one big giant or one larger structure. So they're all specifically positioned exactly for that reason, with the lawns and the landscaping to it. As you know, this is the sort of the simpler best way to achieve exactly what you're talking about on the property, because it's exactly what we took into account.
Can we see the one without the plantings, the
On
same
this
view?
same view?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, let me pull that one up.
Well, he's looking at that. Just my own personal experience. Um, I drive down the street every day, and when you make that turn off the post road heading north, Pathways is right to your left, which I think might have the effect of interrupting your sight lines, not only the house itself or the buildings, but also the landscaping, etc. And it's a narrower drive than it appears to be here. Brookridge is fairly narrow. There is no sidewalk on the westerly side of Brookridge, I don't believe, but it's fairly narrow. So I think part of this will be obstructed from your view from the post road.
Right, eliminating all the trees and the foliage and everything will contribute to the concern that I'm expressing. I appreciate that, and this will be broken up with landscaping. I understand that.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see all of the lawn, the mass amount of lawn that, that surrounds us, giving a lot of breathing room of the building, and very different architecturally, although sympathetic and makes sense. The stone wall linking it, growing, and how nice it is with the voided carport, the lightness that adds, even to the extent that we have the low sloped roof on this side, really just pulls the scale down on that side. And then so it steps from here into here into here, but yet not nearly the prominence. You can see the sight line tapering all the way back through here on that perspective. And then the chimneys acting, as we know, we removed the two chimneys from the carriage house. We removed the chimney here on the barn to really bring that scale and the simplicity down, make it into a handsome.
If I could interrupt just for a second, Patrick, in our OneDrive, and I think you can share out of the OneDrive, or Tracy, whomever, in our OneDrive folder, the one that we work from with all the materials, is the original, is HDC approval 1, is the elevations from HDC approval 1, and it does look as if it were shingle. And I think in retrospect, I remember asking the question and coming away with an idea that it was still going to be stucco. But could you just share that? Could we take down this share, and could we just go to
Are you talking about the 2023 plans?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, I think I have what you're looking for. Hang on.
It's in our OneDrive. It's
Yep.
called If I could just close the frickin' OneDrive.
Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have video on. Sorry about that. I
It's
think you're
okay.
meaning this.
Oh, come on, dude. There you go. Okay, go into the any of them, and if you zoom on it,
Zoom. Okay. Go into.
Yeah. And there you go. So I was just looking at those because the question keeps coming up, and you can see there's some line definition on the front. So HTC would have known that was there. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, the layout is different
in a lighter
because-
fashion, but yeah, it is shingled.
Yeah, it's in a lighter fashion. Back then they were meeting virtually. It's possible that they missed it, but I believe the same thing shows in version. And then there's a second set of plans, HDC plans approved too. I think they must have gotten tired of seeing you guys. And that also looks quite shingly.
Do you want that version up now?
No, I think it's the same thing. It's just slightly different configured. Okay. Patrick or Tracy or anybody, just a quick question. Did we ever talk to DPW about the driveway, the entrance from the post road, and whether the DOT would really rather see us close it or not? Do we have an answer on that?
I don't believe we have an answer about preference of closing it. but
Okay.
We were
'Cause
talking.
I thought that was their policy. They were supposed to reduce curb cuts.
It has been, but again, they
Just wanted to check.
yeah, we've mostly been talking about emergency egress
Okay.
and whether if there's a knockbox or a
Knockbox. Okay.
or straight path in if there was going to be an emergency that they would come in that way, and the porte cochere being possibly an impediment there. but we can certainly reach out and see if that's a preference.
Now, the second question I had was, well, it depends. This is as a must close tonight, so unless the applicant gives us an extension, we wouldn't be able to get the answer to that. The second thing is, I'm still a little confused. Do we know that that maple has to go because of fire, or do we not? Is it a danger? Is it a safety hazard or not? I'm
sorry,
asking
go ahead.
Patrick, so don't anybody else talk to me.
Sorry.
I'm looking at Patrick.
Thank you for the space. I've read the comments from the fire marshal's
Yeah.
office. It does not say anything about the tree having to go. It says that the 20-foot width as shown is adequate. So
Okay,
we have asked for clarification there. I don't know
okay.
if we've gotten a rewrite, but it's my understanding that the tree is not an imposition right now. But again, if it was not stated, we'll get the answer.
Okay, having that, and Mary's got a question before you go there. Mr. Haslam, I would be very appreciative of an extension to July 1. And just so you know, given the number of little moving pieces we had today, I didn't know if the commission was going to be ready to decide. We've had a lot of different parts that were still moving. So I'm not in a position myself, if we were to close this today, I would not want to decide it tonight personally. And we normally respect the wishes of one person. So if you're okay to July 1st, it's not going to change the date at which you would get a decision. I'm hoping, because just a couple of loose ends I want to tie up. Mary, you had another one?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, my recollection was that the curb cut on the post road was meant to define the frontage so that people focus on the primary
To
building.
which we responded, you can have the
Fire
curb cut, but have it be a pretend, because
Fire access.
well, this is the thing we need to know, because the DOT wants to reduce curb cuts in the active curb cuts onto the post road. Okay, so when they said it provides it heft and meaning on the post road, we said, great, you can have what looks like a curb cut. So if you want it for the visual, but we're supposed to be reducing active curb cuts onto the post road. That is their policy.
And I
So-
thought the only exception to that being, yes, we'll leave it because it won't be active except in an emergency, but that.
Right, and that would be okay, but I don't have clarification about whether the tree
Yeah.
needs to be removed, and I just want the fire marshal to answer us definitively, because it's a little too many moving around.
I can
Septic, the whole thing with the number of bedrooms and everything, I believe, Patrick, there was a flurry of emails on this too. I believe we have confirmation that the septic is good for whether if you count what could be bedrooms that aren't being labeled, right? Septic is good?
We have asked several times for clarification, and based on the zoning criteria and the number of rooms, and they have, again, the health department has said the septic design is adequate for the size of the building.
Good. Okay, as long as they're happy campers, not our problem. Okay, I think we had I think those are the engineering's okay. Those are the ones I have open, but again, I just want to make sure that we've got this thing with the exits and the driveways good. And again, just to nail down that we've talked about, one of the things I think the commission should do when we're ready to decide this is all these issues that have been raised about the proportion and the scale and all that. We need to consolidate that into our decision letter, so it sets a very clear precedent for the future of how we're thinking about these. Because Mr. Franco, we've been through a lot with HOs lately, and we want to be very clear. I'm going to turn to public comment. The public is already raising their hand, like finally they're going to stop talking. So yes, we will. But I just wanted to ask you that, Mr. Haslam, so you could consult. If you want, we'll close it tonight. If you want to leave it as a must close, but again, I want to make sure that in our heads, we've had time to put together a good decision. Because I want it to make clear precedent for how we move forward. We are trying to move forward with both multifamilies, Mr. Franco, and with HOs. But there you are. Okay, so everybody's okay with public comment? Okay, seeing no objection, I'm just going to jump right in and do it. First person is Don Hamilton. And Mr. Hamilton, followed by Sandra Kay, and you'll need to tell the court reporter your last name when you come in. And then after that is Marcia Hamilton. Okay, 2-in-1 household.
Do we need a clock?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's do a clock for 3 minutes because this has been going a while. Okay, Mr. Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great.
Can
So
I answer your first question first before you say anything, or do you want me to let you talk? Oops, sorry. Okay, now you're back. Mr. Hamilton, if you would unmute. I accidentally muted you.
Did unmute.
Yeah, okay, no, but I had then muted you again. Mr. Hamilton, when we do it, just so you know, when we do an HO, it's not spot zoning. I know it feels like it is because it's an individual property, but it's not considered spot zoning under the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Commissioner, and thanks very much for this terrific meeting and interchange. I think this is far and away the best of all with regard to this, how this project evolved. And I'd like to take off, thank you, Madam Chairman, for your closing remarks, because those are my beginning remarks. I think the process is complicated and twisted and basically unfair in a odd kind of way, because the way the incentives are defined in the Section 109 in the building code really leave a lot of room for interpretation, and supplemental or complementary and secondary limitations need to be explicitly applied to this project. The added mass alone is over, but we don't know how much, because we don't even know the number, the 150,000 cubic feet limit. The square footage I thought was 15,000, but Chris, you could be right on the numbers, 13.8, but it's between 2 and 2.5 times larger than the house we're allegedly trying to preserve.
No, the numbers are in the application. It's existing 6,000 square feet and change, and it's going to 15,000 and change.
That's what I thought, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not 13.8, that's what Mr. Franco said, so it's
Well, they moved it around a little bit
okay, so
because
it's
of whether the
between
garage
2.5 and
counted.
3
Yeah.
times, between 2.5, 2.7 times. It's
Mhm.
not exactly supplemental or complementary, or certainly not secondary limitations. It's really substantial. And I think this statement was made, this comment was made, I have to adjust it on the fly, because there have been challenges. There have been a lot of comments, great comments and information and interest provided by the panel. But I think the incentives are aggressive. And well, I don't think they're well defined. I think the problem is the incentives themselves need to be reviewed for clarity and fairness. And as written, the current incentives are vague, opaque, and difficult to apply consistently. So with that background, this is what we end up with. I think the project is significantly oversized. It certainly is out of character with the neighborhood, which is largely single family, well, totally single family dwellings. And this is a high-end, cleverly designed, actually quite pretty, I guess, Chris, thank you. It's a multifamily high-end condo project in a single-family residential zone. So we have to tread lightly as a committee and as citizens when we're in these areas where it may not be spot zoning, but it certainly goes a long ways from 2 or 3 single-family homes on the lot, given the R20 designation. So anyway, I don't know where the music came from, but thank you for
the music was to tell you the time was up.
okay. Well, thanks for the time. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and we appreciate everyone's service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Our next speaker is Marcia Hamilton. Can't say the same things as Mr. Hamilton,
Oh,
okay?
Can
you
you,
got
can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. Well, this is concerning historic overlay and referring to the Greenwich Municipal Code 6109.
Mm-hmm.
The first item listed in the many pages of this is purposes. And I'm just going to read 2 short sentences from number 1 on the historic overlay. The purpose of an historic overlay zone is to encourage the restoration, preservation, protection, enhancement, and structures having historical or aesthetic value, which represent or reflect elements of the town's culture, social, residential, economic, and architectural history, to preserve the social, cultural, architectural history. The culture of this street and the town on our street is a single-family neighborhood. It says such preservation promotes general health and welfare by protecting property values, fostering a sense of history and civic pride, preserving architectural heritage, and protecting community character. This development is on Brook Ridge Drive. We are a single-family neighborhood. This does not seem to fit with the defined purposes in this code. The neighborhood character, allowing an historic house to become multiple family condo units. The appearance and the property, and seeing the very large number of houses, well, 3, is not in keeping with the historic value of the house. And although the historic overlay never mentions property, but there was a lot of discussion earlier about property and trees and whatever. But this historic nature was a single family home on a property for that single family home. Having these multiple structures does not have anything to do with the initial and the purpose of this property, the house, or the property. Multiple buildings, multiple families, 6 condos, each with 2 bedrooms and how many people? So to me, it doesn't ring true with this historic overlay definition in the town government purposes of everything. And I guess it's historic overlay and history and preserving the history of the home and also the culture of the street and the aspect of this property and development. It doesn't seem to address the purposes listed as number 1 in the town municipal code. So that's basically my comment. And I in the HDC meeting that I attended, where public could make comments, I was not able to make a comment, and there was no addressing of the historic nature of this property.
Yep.
Earlier discussion was of shingles and setbacks and whatever. The impact on the neighborhood, which isn't maybe part of historic, but has to be considered in terms of traffic, safety, the fire situation. These have to have some impact on historic overlay in today's world. But
Thank
it's
you.
mainly the
Thank you,
historic
ma'am.
overlay. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank
Okay. Sandra Kay is next, and you will need to tell us your last name.
Thank you. Last name is Heath, Heath.
Okay. Okay. I think Mr. Basili's got that. Go ahead, ma'am.
Great, thanks. I echo a lot of the comments that were shared from the neighbors in tonight's call-in and letters, but I would just ask kindly that as you consider the precedent for this application, that you consider from a zoning standpoint. unfortunately, we're talking about a single family zoning property here with a proposal for multifamily condo developments. And I just agree with the sentiments expressed before, that I find it hard to believe that that was in the spirit of the way that the historical overlay was crafted. So I do think that granting an application for multifamily condo complexes would set a terrible precedent. I'm also concerned about the trees. I understand I should probably save my comments on that for the separate tree hearing. But I thank you for taking all of
And
the.
we're addressing it. I mean, we're gonna dig into the thing that most, those trees are gone, but we'll address this one, Maple.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I understand that the density allowed by the HO, given how big the lot is, seems like a big change, but that is what it allows. They're doing what's allowed in the regulations. Thank you very much, Ms. Heath. You're very, okay. So that's it for the public comment. Mr. Haslam, what is your call on the extension?
Yes, I spoke to Chris Franco, and we'll agree to extend it to your July 1st
Great.
hearing.
You don't have to bring everybody unless you get an alert from, you don't have to have everybody here and be incurring expenses, Mr. Franco, unless you have an alert from staff that something's come up, because I think at this point there's just a lot of housekeeping I want to make sure is in a row, everything's cleaned up. And then just the question of how we write the decision, how we make the motion and word it. I'm playing with that in my head.
So our understanding, though, is that, I didn't mean to interrupt, Madam Chair, but is
That
that
happens all the time.
you want to resolve the issue of the tree between the tree
Fire
warden-
egress, the
Fire marshal.
access from the post road, just make
Okay.
sure we have all staff comments, everything's ticky-tock. And then just thinking about, you're hearing what people are saying about multifamily and all that. And I want to address those cogently. And I've got a bunch of notes and I want to pull it together so that I'm hoping to make the motion. And I want to pull it together for the commission to hear, because we're making clear what we're looking for in historic preservation at the same time as we allow more density. That said, boy, I do wish we were keeping the stucco, but since I live in a stucco house, I will admit I'm biased. And it
So it doesn't-
lasts forever, Mr. Franco. You don't have to do anything to it.
I know.
You just wash it and you're done.
I like stucco houses. I think they're great.
Yeah. I mean, you're just going with it. I feel like it's trendy. I hope you're not going to have black windows. I'll just die.
No, of course not. Of course not. Yeah, I know. I recognize your comment earlier that Chris and I are both passionate about the project. So
no, and that's great. It's just that's we have a process and we follow our process. I mean, we've been on this. We've been doing this for a while, and we have a process. We need to address issues, and there is a question about scale that comes over and over again. Coffee for Good.
Yes.
Mr. Yeski was very specific and very emphatic when we did Coffee for Good, that the entire grounds had to be preserved and the entire building had to be preserved. And it looks beautiful.
Well, thank you, because I'm actually on the board of Coffee for Good, and I
favorite place
participated in the renovation of the building.
Yeah, the front steps aren't code. But I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, but it's a fabulous building, and it's a great,
fabulous building. And then the grounds are nobody touched the grounds. It doesn't look commercial. It was well done. Okay. Anybody else before we go happily off to dinner? All right. Okay. So Mr. Haslam's going to give us an extension, and this application will be continued to the 1st of July.
Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
That was fun.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to pause the recording. Somebody has to remember to
Recording
turn it back on,
stopped.
because,
What time do you want to return?
hey, half an hour. It's 6:59, 7:30.
You got it.
We got a striking
Thank you.
commission that insisted on half an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. My son appreciates it.
Did we unionize and I wasn't aware? Is that what?
Yep. You that was when you were gone. You went to that concert and we yeah. Okay. Our next item is Bobolink LLC for a final subdivision for proposed lot line revision between two existing parcels to exchange 10,000 square feet of property between 28 Bobolink and 30 Bobolink Lane in the RA2 zone. Mr. Bristol, if you would proceed.
Yes, good evening. Christopher Bristol representing 28 Bobolink LLC. As Madam Chair mentioned, this is a proposed lot line revision being a re-subdivision lot line revision being arising because one of the lots was approved by way of a subdivision, I think in the 70s, if I recall. The other one was not, but just for
91.
91, thank you. But for bookkeeping purposes, that's what I wanted to mention. So the goal is to trade 10,000 square feet, have an equal area land exchange between the two lots of 10,000 square feet. The client originally wanted to straighten out the lot line, and then when we were looking at it, it actually worked out that that this reduce the degree of nonconformity. I mean, in terms of floor area, you pick up like 80 square feet or something, so it's not like a windfall. But overall, it does create a less nonconforming situation because both lots are undersized when you factor in the accessways, or when you factor in the accessway of 28 or 30. I'm sorry. So the reconfiguration of the lot lines because of the land transfer creates the more room for the lot shape to fit for the closer to the accessway, which reduces the amount of accessway you have to deduct from zoning lot area, which increases the amount of zoning lot area for number 30. All department comments were good to go. I think I gave you a green sheet. Sewer was okay. I know it was late, but our client was traveling abroad. I was able to secure a sewer acknowledgement comment letter, which I know it was late, but I just forwarded to it a few minutes ago. So just so you understand, that's
good that it's there.
Yep.
Good to know. Okay.
I mean, yeah. So we have that. Engineer, everything else is okay. In terms of lot line revision standards, we're not creating a second lot. We're not changing any roads. We're not changing any, reserved land.
Okie dokie.
Keep it simple.
Okay. Does anybody on the commission have any questions or comments? Seeing no questions or comments, does anybody in the public have a question or a comment on this application at 28 and 30 Bobolink, which is a bird and not a cat? Does anybody have any questions? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Seeing no questions from the public, does anyone object to closing this application at this time? Again, it's the regular members plus Ann Knoll. Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Thank you and goodbye.
Great, thank you. See you later.
All righty, and now we go on to our next one. Who's representing the martial arts? Hi, Monkey.
I believe it is Mr. Haslam.
Mr. Haslam.
Did you call Mr. Haslam my monkey?
No, I've been joined by colleagues now.
Well, we're all colleagues.
Colleagues.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Haslam, I am promoting him since Patrick is not.
He should be.
He's
I see
still,
a joining notice.
he's not joining. There he goes. Okay. Hello, Mr. Haslam. This is application number 8. You're echoing again. JED Martial Arts LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to change an existing non-conforming use to a less non-conforming use, as well as associated improvements on a 0.356 acre lot at 30 South Water Street. So Mr. Haslam, it is you that has the echo?
It is.
Yeah,
I don't have more than one device to my name.
I don't know.
Well, turn it off.
Yeah, well, go away.
It seems.
All right.
It seems to go away when you talk, so I don't know if it was.
Yeah, it went away. Now that you
Okay.
start, yeah, and now it's gone. Okay.
Recording.
Recording
There
in
we go.
progress.
Okay, thank you. All right, so all we missed is that I just announced the next application, which is JED Martial Arts LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to change an existing non-conforming use to a less non-conforming use at 30 South Water Street in the WB and coastal overlay zones and the AE 14 and X flood zones, which I missed the first time. So isn't it good that Tracy stepped in? All righty, Mr. Haslam, now you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Chip Haslam for the applicant. You may remember that we met with you in a pre-app several months ago to discuss this project. And at that time, we were looking for your direction on converting, as just indicated, one non-conforming use, the bank, to another non-conforming use, the martial arts studio, under 6-141. The bank use, in addition to being non-conforming, also the parking for the bank use is non-conforming given its square footage. By coming in under the martial arts studio, the parking count obviously changes because it's 1 per pupil and plus 1 instructor. So we were looking at that time, I think we were thinking of 16 students plus 1 instructor, which is where we are now. And we had thought, we had Rudy Rydberg, who's on the call tonight, had thought that he could do something in the drive-by lane or drive-through lane that was used.
And we said, we're not seeing it.
Yeah, well, we went to meet with the town traffic engineer, Michael Kislyak, and he was struggling with it too. We could probably have gotten
And
one
he's probably smarter than we are. So that's if we noticed it. And then he said, they're actually right.
Yeah.
We just weren't seeing it. Okay.
He just thought it was too narrow to squeeze it
Yeah.
in. and
Yeah,
have
that's
people
what
get
we
out of
said to
cars
you
and stuff.
too. It's too narrow. We know people who hit everything they drive by.
Yep, but you'd also suggest that we look at the restaurant next door, maybe getting some parking spaces there, et cetera. But in that meeting with Michael Kislyak, we spent about an hour with him, and Rudy and he kind of worked on the site plan a bit. And Rudy thought there was an opportunity maybe to reconfigure the lot striping and get in some more spaces, which ultimately he was able to do. We now got 5 more spaces, so we're 17 plus the 1 handicap. And while Rudy was laying it out, he discovered that he could also create a little planting bed in the right rear corner, which is the northwest corner of the building. The other planting beds already exist, but are kind of mixed quality right now. So, any event, Rudy showed that on the plan, and we filed with you folks, and we're very happy that we could do away with the nonconformity by making the property now conforming as to the parking regulations. We didn't expect that. I certainly didn't expect that this is going to kick in review under 6-107 and 6-111 and et cetera, and possible creation of public access way with the need for that and soil and erosion controls. And, oh my God, it's just, EMAC, et cetera, because we're not really doing anything with the building on the exterior other than cosmetic.
I
It's all
think,
interior.
yeah, but again, you are doing a full-on application. And just in all fairness, it is a coastal site plan and a special permit. So you do have to, tick the boxes. So if you're not changing the building and you're not changing anything with the HVAC, but you probably are changing the windows, your EMAC narrative is pretty straightforward, but you are required to do one, so that's easy. And our doctor of EMAC and energy will happily weigh in my stead.
I guess I thought that because we weren't adding to the building and we're not creating a building that's over 3,000 square feet, it exists, that we were exempt from the EMAC regulation.
You talk.
Oh, so it's less than 3,000 square feet?
Well, the existing building is more than that, Mr. Wells, but we're not adding to it. I thought it was.
Are you doing anything with the mechanicals, the air conditioning, or any of that stuff?
No, there's no intention to do that.
Well, you have to. You'd have to be changing your mechanicals in order to have classes. Rudy, Mr. Rydberg.
I'm happy. Good evening, Rudy Rydberg for the applicant. There currently is air conditioning system on the first floor and the lower level, and we feel that that's adequate. We haven't had any contractor in yet, but there is existing system there. So
while we're doing it, because we're going to get to other stuff, so all we're doing at this point is just asking you, say you're not changing anything and therefore you're not submitting, or that wow, you're going to use something that is good, like you have a flat roof. And
we're not adding any windows either. So I mean, the existing windows are there, and there is one drive up that's going to actually be closed in.
Now, so let's talk about so you can address that in fairly short order.
Yeah. Sure.
The WB zone. We would, every time somebody comes in with the WB, we try to get this waterfront, something on the water, and you had not considered it. It would be a nice thing.
I don't know how we can offer it up when you look at the dimensions. We've only got, I think, 35 feet, if I'm correct, Rudy, from the building to the seawall. You've got your parking spaces, which are 18. You've got, access would have to be 10-foot wide pathway plus a 5-foot wide coastal buffer. You soon have eliminated all the parking spaces in the back and the circulation as well. So it's not possible. And I think there's also, since we're not doing any development work really here, the first part of 6-107 talks about in the context of development, and we're just using an existing building, making interior changes and restriping the parking lot. So,
yeah, but the state law tries to get you to get people to the water.
Yeah.
So if there's anything you can do, just asking you for that.
I don't see it, and right now too, you don't have anything on the restaurant side or in the Catalano's boatyard side.
Right, but they haven't. But they've always been a restaurant. They've never changed their use, and Catalano's has been Catalano's for as long as.
No, I hear you. And
since you were knee high to a grasshopper, and that was okay.
But if the owner was to come in and seek to develop the property at a later time, obviously he'd have to comply with that section of the regulation.
The next questions for you, and this is really for Mr. Rydberg, the debate about going to ARC. You're really not doing building alterations. You're moving the drop. You're getting rid of the drop box, right? You or not?
Correct.
Yeah, you are. You haven't given us the planting design, or at least I didn't see it.
No, I didn't do a planning design, and I think I probably have added something to the site that probably should have just left it alone and just restriped the lot, because we didn't. I just thought it'd be nice to have some green area.
Yeah,
but
so
now we need to get a landscape architect in.
No, you don't have to get a
plans
landscape architect in. You can just tell us what you're going to plant and show it to us. I mean, we get that. Just show us what you're going to do.
Some green stuff, huh? Okay.
Green stuff that is called.
We'll put in appropriate landscaping that the conservation department.
We could do that. We could require you to review it with them, but they're asking for the details of the bike rack. Are you proposing any site lighting?
No.
But you'll have some signage eventually. So
yes,
then
they
you
will
would
have
go
signing and on the front, which the owner was planning on, has already prepared his drawings for that.
So Nick is not here tonight, and I'm trying to save you from going to ARC if you would address the open items in the staff report for us because your changes to the building are minimal.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, so give us some sort of on the planting plan. Answer us on EMAC, give us what the bike rack stuff is. Signage will send you back. You're not doing any lighting. Refuse, what else do we have here? ZEO's good. Got the letter. Are you considering EV chargers?
We had not, but
You're not adding parking, you're not mandated to. And what are you doing with the flagpole?
We'd like to keep the flagpole there. It was
Perfect.
approved,
Keep
and
it.
the pylon sign.
Yeah, I like that.
If these people are coming in and out frequently, is the EV charger, is that less relevant with the turnover?
We only have 16 spaces, so
I don't even think they have to, because under the regs, since they're not adding the new spaces, go ahead, Arn just unmuted. Go ahead, you're the doctor.
Yeah, I think they'd have to have like 30 spaces or more before it's applied, then they're not,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
So you don't have to do them. So those are the little cleanup things. If you would do the cleanup, I'm not seeing that you would need to go to ARC, so we would save you time on that.
Okay.
Great.
I thought you'd like that. Okay. And Patrick, what do you want to do with the WB? I mean, I know we always try to get the water access. They're a tenant.
Well, I think this is a salvo that the redevelopment is going to require it. So just thinking ahead,
Yeah.
we've asked. I've heard the answer from Mr. Haslam that even an easement is maybe not something his client's interested in at this point in time. You know, is it required? I think the commission can find that it's not in this circumstance, but I think certainly a different development may.
Okay.
It's gonna at some point, you know, assuming that we keep the WB zone in this area, you know, that it's gonna have to happen. So
It's a little tricky to undo, as I remember, because of the state.
Yeah,
Right.
and so I'd also just want to point out, I think there's an exemption, 6-111CA3, for modification of existing on-premises structures, including pedestrian walks and other impervious surfaces. So I think that's it. I think there's also another section that talks about that the commission can waive it if it's going to interfere with a permitted use, which in this case it would, with the parking and the circulation.
Okay.
So I'm hoping you'll waive it at least now.
Okay. Now let's go to the brass tacks of the use. Everybody was asking yesterday, will you listen to the briefing?
Yes.
Your shorter classes are for the younger kids.
Correct.
You believe that the half-hour gap is sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. My take is yes. My take is that kind of works. I'd love to have data one day, because this is always a wild guess.
Well, I have, projects that I've done with you that have only like a 15-minute gap, but I think
Yeah,
with kids,
and those aren't really enough. We've
Yeah.
had some problems.
particularly if you have children that you're unloading and loading up the cars, et cetera. So we get it.
Exactly. Okay, I think there were questions yesterday, so I'm going to turn it over to the commission now. Commission?
No questions.
Whoa, Mary and Noel, Arn, Dennis. Okay. So if you would clean up and Noel.
All right, I guess the one question was about like if there's a trash bin or refuge bin and screening on that was a comment
Yep.
that was in the report. So
I'm happy to comment on that. This is there's no food use here. There's not a restaurant.
No.
It's basically not even office space. So
But people bring their bottles of water.
no, that's true. We also have a nice bottled water filler on both floors, so
Okay.
that somebody exercising has that opportunity. Most people
Right.
bring
I just-
their finished
It
one.
may be-
But
I
even
think
if
it's
it
part of-
is, I would think it'd be a bag of trash that could be brought outside, every day or whenever, however oftentimes a guy comes a week. I don't think we want to see a dumpster here. That somebody in town will come around and use it to throw stuff in. I don't think it's necessary.
Well, the owner indicated, Rudy, that we can put a container inside the building on that first level, and then there's trash pickup once a week. We can bring
Good.
out a container for the trash pickup once a week.
Perfect.
Just want to understand that. Thank you.
Okay, so the planning bed, okay. Parking for, okay, so you know that 6177 requires that you have a landscape plan. Okay, I think if you just clean up all the nits and gnats.
We
and
have
just come
hands,
back-
we have hands up.
Oh, hands up. I'm sorry, Mary. I was just double checking because nobody had wanted to come. And Mary and Arn, go ahead.
Picky, sewer act letter?
They sent it a few minutes ago, they said.
Missed it. Okay, thank
No,
you.
they,
No,
when
I
they
did.
opened,
We just
Yeah.
got it. I do have it.
they
Right.
just got it, which is, that's actually why I was, one of the reasons I was holding up, because I thought we didn't have it and we've promised Feminella we would always wait.
I thought I
Um,
sent it on Friday, but I'm glad you have it. Yep.
Okay. Well, we've had some systems issues. Wells?
Yeah, couple of questions. Do you have a basement? If you do you have your
Yes.
furnace in the basement? And number three, if the answers to the first two questions are yes, how do you keep the water out of the basement?
Rudy, can you?
This bill, I believe this basement level is high enough that, you mean from the river?
Yeah, you're in flood zone AE 14 and that covers part of your building.
Well, it's existing there now. It is a commercial building. If we need to provide, we're allowed to provide we can provide a device that would prevent, flood-proof the building. It's commercial, not residential. I wasn't aware that the floor elevation was high enough for the river to go up that high, but I'll double check that. And it is
Yeah,
in the
I mean,
basement.
I hear you on that site. It does seem, I mean, it does seem surprising.
Yeah, I think Mr. Wells is saying is the flood zone touches the building, but you're right. If your floor elevations are above the base flood number, then it's as a moot point because it's.
We can put that in. We can put that in a response letter.
Okay, thanks.
All right, anything else from the commission? No. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on JED Martial Arts? Seeing nobody from the public, does anyone, oh no, we're going to continue it so that they can just get all their requirements done to meet to meet the zoning regulations.
No, I would hope that we might be able to get on then on the next
You can only ask Father Patrick.
July 1. Okay, we'll do.
If Father Patrick tells you yes, then you can do it.
Super.
The commission has no power in that regard. Surprising, isn't it?
Let me, Father.
Not true, but
He's not from Chicago and he doesn't like the White Sox, but okay, so we'll see you when you come back.
Super.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See, we're making up for lost time here. All right, now we go to 530 Old Post Road Partners. Okay, 530 Old. Hello, Ms. Siska. Our next application is 530 Old Post Road Partners LLC for a final site plan and special permit to convert an existing 3-story office building into residential units containing 10 apartments, 9 market rate units, and 1 designated as an affordable housing unit with parking at the ground level, a roof terrace with exterior changes, landscaping, lighting, and other site improvements for a property located at 530 Old Post Road in the GBO zone. Madam, I actually, go ahead, and then I'll ask my, go ahead.
I was just going to say, can you promote Emmanuel Demore, the project architect?
Would that be Emmanuel's iPhone is what he's, yeah,
Likely.
no, Emmanuel Demore, okay. All right. All right. So Patrick, he's in, okay. Hello, Mr. Demore.
Hi, good evening. Thank you.
So Charles and commissioners, you may remember we met with you on a pre-app for conversion of the office space to a residential apartment building with 10 units, one of which will be an affordable housing unit. We received comments from the commission. We submitted a letter earlier today with some additional documents addressing those comments. You know, I can go through those comments in order. I don't know if the commission had questions that they wanted to go through first, or which order you would prefer we do this in.
Actually, hold on a second. We don't have very many outstanding comments on this. You have you've got to fix what the housing analyst asked you to fix.
Yes.
We talked yesterday about the comparability of the affordable to the other units. It is a one bedroom, but it is comparable. It is the same size as the other one bedrooms, and it has a patio, so it has an additional amenity. You have submitted the affordability plan, et cetera, right?
Yes.
And you have those comments. We had some questions yesterday about the parking that I would like to talk about. The commission was asking whether the total of 12 was really enough for 10 units. And I just would like you to cover that. Sewer just needs time to look at what you submitted, and you've acknowledged those comments, and they would tell you what they need to change. Everybody's asking you, well, EMAC is saying that you're making a good effort. And then maybe Arn, you want to comment on this, specific plans for the solar PV and or batteries and EV chargers. And there you have it. I'm going to ask Patrick about ARC review on this one as well. So commission, what's most important to you? I'm guessing the parking? Parking, everybody's nodding, parking.
Thank you for that. So we did receive those comments regarding the parking, and we submitted today a revised schematic plot plan that shows an additional parking space. So we are willing to up the parking. The requirement is 11.5 spaces. Obviously, rounded up, that's 12. So we would have 13 spaces instead of the required 12.
Okay.
And so just
can you show us that? We have not seen it, or I haven't seen it. Patrick, can you do
am I able to share my screen?
If you're really nice to Patrick.
Patrick? I don't know. I must not be nice enough.
Maybe.
There we go.
I'm just moving slowly. It's late in the day.
It's only 8 o'clock.
Okay, can you see my screen? That has the map on it, not my photo? Okay.
There's a big gray. Oh, got it. Okay.
Yep, so that's the building that already exists, and I can make this bigger for everybody. And so the spaces would be the space in the front, and then we have the spaces all along the side, and then we have the 2 spaces in the back. And so the ADA space is also in the front, next to the ramp. And so what I would say is that obviously, you know, we had looked originally, so we did get the comments during the pre-app phase. We had looked originally at whether we, you know, had other space to expand the parking, but we didn't want to impact the patios. And so in order to increase the parking, which would be effectively putting it on the right side of the parcel, we would then be looking at a potential either taking away common outdoor recreation area or taking away patio space, including patio space that is personal to the AHU. So we didn't think that was candidly in the interest of the project or the unit. So we were able to sort of put an extra space in up front on the left and get to the 13 spaces.
Okay. Any comments from the commission? Because this was raised by a couple of you yesterday about a concern with the parking. Okay, not hearing any comments unless everybody is failing to unmute. Okay. That was okay. Okay. All right, I actually don't have anything else at this time. Does anybody else have any other questions? I was more focused on the parking.
Yeah, I didn't have, sorry, I jumped in. Your hand was not Mary in time. On EMAC gave them good marks, all electric
Yep.
building, thermal controls in each
Mhm.
apartment. Solar, they're having a rooftop amenity, so between mechanicals and that, there's no room for solar. And then with, I don't know, 13 spaces, they're not required to have an EV charger, but they did want to ask, are you gonna, you don't have to, but were you planning on having one?
Yes, we would love to.
Okay.
We're planning
Okay.
to have it, sure.
One or two? One?
Definitely, I think there's a convenience because it's just one pole and feed 2 branches. So I think we could do 2.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Mary?
Yeah, you had questions about ARC, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I was going to ask Patrick this question. The building is there. The landscape changes are minimal, and there's going to be some signage. My question to Patrick is, could we theoretically, if we were to move this, if we were to move an approval on this, could we send it to ARC for a review of what exterior alterations there are and a sign off on what exterior alterations there are and the landscaping, or should we leave it open?
So the landscaping, I believe now the process with the new regulations is that it's before you guys close, if I remember the current. The exterior stuff, that is something that we do all the time where, applications come in and for changes of use and we see it.
Yeah.
And,
I don't have, I mean, they're adding 47 shrubs, 7 trees, some perennials. I mean, they've already got trees there. It's not a significant change, but can we send, should we leave it open to send it to ARC?
right. Yeah.
Or could we close it and decide it and send it to ARC?
Yeah, have we seen renderings? Because they're filling in the ground level parking, and I assume they're just going to make that consistent with the rest of the exterior.
Well, the staff report says that there's not really exterior changes, but I mean, there are exterior changes. I take it back, but there's not structural changes. So I guess the answer would be we send it to ARC and let them sign off on the landscaping and on the exterior changes before we
Yeah, because
decide it.
they're filling it in, so they're putting exterior walls where there weren't any before. So
Yep.
And we have window changes go to ARC.
Okay.
We're not.
So
it's
let's send it to them.
gross.
Okay. So there you go.
And aren't they putting in lawn where there was parking, which is obviously a benefit? That's how they have less parking. Is that right?
It's because they're filling in the area
Yeah, which is great.
under the building.
No, in the back.
In the back.
In the back
Okay,
there is
sorry.
asphalt. We convert into.
Okay.
And around the side as well.
Patrick.
They also need to address sewer, right? So they would have to come back before.
Well, no, we're not really. They've done the acknowledgement comments, and it's not clear. If you read the sewer, they say they've received the sanitary flows and will need time to review the documentation with an outside consulting engineer. I don't know when that's going to happen, and they've acknowledged that that's outstanding. Do we let it be, or do you think we'll hear back from sewer in time to decide it?
Well, we won't hear back before the end of this meeting, but that's yeah.
No, well, we won't decide it tonight anyway. So the question is, will we hear back by the time they've come back from ARC, and we'll see. Otherwise, we'll just condition it.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we'll send you to ARC now.
Understood.
Okay. Let me just say, anybody else from the commission have comments?
No.
Okay. Anybody in the public wish to comment on this application? This is at 530 Old Post Road. Any comments, please raise your virtual hand. Nope. Seeing no comments. So we'll continue this application. It's a must open. You'll go to ARC and you'll show them the exterior changes, the landscaping you're going to do. And your lighting. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
I was trying to move it along, but I get it.
I appreciate that. Pat wants to hold us up. That's all right.
No, I mean, it's
We'll
just,
forgive him.
I have it in my head that this building is there and that ARC would normally act without us on something that's already there and it's just being changed on the exterior. So I had it in my head that we could, but it's probably better to do it this way. Okie doke. Thank you
All right.
both.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
night.
Have a good night.
All right. Okay. So now we go to 28 Columbus Avenue. Who has that one? Oh, Mr. Hegney.
Yep.
All right. I heard that a commissioner went and drove around and has been looking at this site today. And I expect that commissioner to make lots of comments. Mr. Hegney, I believe you were in the meeting now, although you're still dark and muted. The 10th application is Abdullah Sada and Jim Shema for a final site plan and special permit to make additions to a two-family residence on a substandard, on a non-conforming lot on a 5,000 square foot parcel located at 28 Columbus Avenue in the R6. Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you indicated, good evening, everyone. Tom Hegney for the record. This is a 5,000 square foot lot in the R6 zone. Minimum lot size is 7,500 square feet, which triggers the need for a special permit if you're adding to a two-family house. The house with the addition is 2,164 square feet. That includes the 678 square foot addition. The regulations allow for 2,750 square feet on the lot. So there's actually 600 square feet that could have been added as part of the addition. We did need a variance of setbacks because the Josephine Evaristo width is 35.5 feet, which is deficient from the 50-foot right-of-way that's required under our zoning regulations. Met the 25-foot setback, but when you add in the other 7.5 feet, it's non-conforming. So we went to the Board of Appeals, received a variance for that. My client did get a building permit and did proceed with construction. That's what brings us here because having completed the construction, he needs the sign off from the zoning enforcement officer who has directed us to the town planner, and the town planner directed us to you. There was a curb cut on both streets, Josephine Evaristo Avenue and on Columbus. They are putting 2 spaces where there had just been really a patio off of Josephine Evaristo. They now have 2 parking spaces on that side, so they have 2 more spaces. We have not increased the number of bedrooms, but each apartment has 3 bedrooms. The parking itself is at a lower level than the street adjacent on Josephine Evaristo Avenue. And there's an existing stone wall that is along the property line that which screens the cars that are parked in that area. Somebody brought up the tree. I asked my client about that yesterday because it's not there anymore. And he said, yes, the tree warden came and cut it down. And I did recognize from the photographs that it was a tree of heaven, which the tree warden is going around town removing, because I know he removed one that was almost 3 feet in diameter right next to my office. So we're here asking for your approval for the site plan and special permit so my client can obtain his certificate of occupancy. Thank you.
There was a between the lines that I didn't understand until just now. Okay. So, Mr. Lowe, I'm noticing your hand is not up.
Would you like me to put my hand up? I thought I'd spoken enough tonight, but
No, I understand that I think, well, I could be wrong. Who was it who was commenting on the parking in the in and out yesterday?
I
Well, I
was.
think
I was.
several people.
Okay, well, let's hit that.
So where's the picture of the stone wall? I mean, how do we know whether it's adequately screened or not? I guess I'm a Josephine on the opposite of the Columbus side.
And also whether the question yesterday was this problem with the 5 spaces and whether the 5th space, they're reducing their nonconformity. But does the 5th space work? I think that's what somebody raised yesterday as well. Okay, so go ahead. Is that a time to share the site plan maybe?
If we could, we have the improvement location survey that shows site elevations, and it varies from 2 to 3 feet below Josephine Evaristo Avenue. And then there is approximately a 3 to 4 foot high stone wall that's been there for a long time. And I think that adequately screens the cars on the site.
Don't the cars go straight in, Mr. Hagney?
No,
I didn't
no,
think-
they pull in perpendicular from Josephine Evaristo, and then they turn to the right. So the parking spaces are parallel to Josephine Evaristo, and you have about a 2 to 3 foot change in grade, goes from 132 down to 129. And you have a stone wall that's 3 or 4 feet high. So
Okay, thank you.
Okay, parking. When we were looking at it yesterday, we were trying to figure out where, when you were adding the parking, how that one car was going to get in and out and how it was going to negotiate and maneuver.
yeah, I talked to my client about that. We did submit a landscape plan. He's looking to put landscaping along the northern side or the upper portion. Look at it here, which you could fit a car in. There's 10 feet of width between the property line and the building. We'd prefer to keep it with the planting rather than adding another parking space.
Yeah, so that's where but will you have, okay, let's go through this again. Patrick, I'm sorry. Show all the parking, because remember, everybody was having trouble following that. Put your cursor on each of the parking spaces. So there's
That's the outdoor space on Columbus.
There's one.
And
Then
the
there's
garage.
the garage is one. Okay, then
And then 2 parallel to Josephine Evaristo Avenue, adjacent to the building, right there.
okay.
And there's
All
a
right.
one, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Hagney, and straight in.
Yeah,
That's the one we want you to
as
take
was
out.
pointed out by the commission members
We want
yesterday,
you to take that one out, and
it
we
blocks the other 2.
Yep, that's the one we want you to take out, and we'd want you to change the plan to not show that as a parking spot. That's what I heard the commission. Can you zoom in a little bit? I'm having a hard time reading it. Okay, so on the Evaristo side, let's just go through that again, because all of us were having trouble with this yesterday. Where you have that parking space, that one's fine. That one's fine.
Yes. That's
Yeah.
the one that everyone had an issue with.
Although actually, question for those of you who are better at this, you could almost keep 3 and get rid of 2. This number 2. You could, if you're going to get rid of 1, which would it be?
It's not my-
Patrick is good.
It's not
I
my
know.
decision, but I would say the one that pulls in is the one that is the most problematic, because if there's any vehicle
Okay.
there,
Okay.
I think the other
So-
two can navigate.
Okay.
I know what you're saying. You're saying maybe the one closest to the street, if that wasn't there, is that a better option? But they're all filtering out to that asymmetrical driveway to the it's the south, I believe, on this page, right? No, north, sorry. Yeah, so I would say the easiest fix is to take that head in space.
What you
Okay.
want, number 3?
Yeah, take out
Yeah.
number 3.
I also can't read that number from this distance. So yeah, whatever
That's
that.
number 3.
That's number 3.
Thank you.
So we're not asking you, this was the confusion yesterday, Mr. Agney. We're not asking you to go to 5 spaces. you have given us 5 spaces and we were dubious they were going to work.
That's fine. We're
Okay, so we would want you to revise that.
Yes.
Now, then we got into a big debate yesterday about what's rear and what's front and whether you're sufficiently screened. I don't see how you're going to screen the existing space by the garage. And we do allow tandem. I don't see how you would screen that because your curb cut is right there.
That's very much an existing condition and has
Right.
been there
So
since the
now,
building was built and
yeah. So
Yeah.
now if you're going to remove 3, you would be able to pull out the landscaping a little bit. And maybe add a tree there.
yes. Yeah, our
Okay.
landscape plan does show trees there.
Okay, but not in the parking spot.
No, we're along the edge. There are
Yes. And what I'm saying to you is if you're pulling out, if you're getting rid of 3, you would then be able to have a little more green area instead of as you have the white gravel. Is that the side that the white gravel is on, or is it on
Yes.
the on?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was waiting. Yes, so I was only looking at it on Google Earth. So you would be able to pull that out and add a little bit to the landscape plan.
So long as it doesn't impact the ability of the spaces 1 and 2 to be able to maneuver out.
Yep,
Yes.
I figured. But it looks to me like you should not have a problem because I mean, take a
Right.
look at it and see how you would do that.
All right. Happy to do that.
Okay. Somebody got a hand up, Mary.
Yeah.
And then after that is Peter Lowe, who didn't have anything to say.
So we're keeping the 2 parallel parking places along the back of the property. Are those wide enough? I can't tell. It'd be awfully hard to get in and out of that second car if you got 2 cars parked there. And I
Uh,
tandem means
They
one
are
and the other,
8.5 times 18.
and that's adequate, so people can actually get in and out, get in and out of the car.
Is our minimum standard for,
It's
Okay.
tight.
Okay, it looks tight. And the stockpile below the parking places, no tree there?
In the planting plan, yes, we have 2 flowering dogwoods located.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So you would revise that. And
You don't want me to speak, I guess.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe. It's little when there's a screen share. Go ahead, Mr. Lowe. And then
So-
Patrick,
So I did go look at this. I took some photos. I shared them.
which is, I saw them. I didn't know
Okay.
whose they were.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't believe that. But anyway, so if you're eliminating the slot number 3, pulling in on Evaristo, as a practical matter, my guess is that if you only have 2 parking spaces most of the time up top on Evaristo, you're going to have one pulling into the slot and one going where we said we're eliminating.
Mhm.
So you're not going to be, as a practical matter, I can't see them both, trying to
Go in there.
squeeze to go in there, and they'll have plenty of room. Now there is a wall on which there is a white fence that provides, I guess, some screening, but you're not really screening the the cars. I mean, if you numbers 1 and 2 slots there are kind of tucked in around the wall and the fence, but they're highly visible from just the road. I mean, from just driving up to it, you can see everything. So I don't know where we came out on the front yard setback, et cetera. And on the other side in Columbus, a car can pull into that in front of the garage, but that's it. And, and it can't be a very big car. And you saw the photos of that. So I don't know if we're talking about screening, and that is indeed a dogwood at the northwest corner of that gravel space. That that's not providing a whole lot of screening. But I don't know that are we worried about screening or not?
Well, you know, as you pointed out to me yesterday, the regulations still require screening in the front yard, and we've got an addition here and we're adding parking places. So when there's parking in the front yard, the regulations do require it. So that's why I was trying to get in some additional planting and the advantage of removing the third spot, spot 3.
If we could go to slide 4,
Uh-huh.
it shows the landscaping that we submitted as part of the application. And so along the northern side, or the top of the page, those are a Canadian rosebud, 8 to 10 feet tall. And they're also providing junipers, not the same ones that we had for the subdivision. There are eastern red cedar, but these are going to be smaller and maintained at a smaller height. They're 6 to 7 feet along there. And then on the southern side, we have some additional junipers, 6 to 7 feet. And we have the flowering dogwoods on the south side. So there's both deciduous and evergreen screening.
But it's not really screening anything, is it, Mr. Hegney? Because the screening we're talking about is screening the view of the cars from the road, right? And what you're talking about is off to the side along the northern border, which is quite open there. Those junipers aren't providing much screening for the white pebbled parking area, and that there's a little tree, tiny tree at the southwest corner, back in the corner where the end of the pebbled lane is, or parking space, but that's not providing any screening. There's a fence behind it.
I think what this does screen is when you're driving south on Josephine Evaristo Avenue, it will screen the cars parked on the south side of the property. And on the when you're driving north, there is the stone wall and the change in elevation, which allows for some topographic screening when you're driving.
Well, if those two spots, 1 and 2, and you had cars parked in there, if you're coming from the south and you're going downhill, if you will, the wall and the white fence would provide screening there. But entering Evaristo from the post road side, it's wide open.
Well, that's where I'm anticipating that the plantings on the north property line will provide more screening as they grow.
There are, I can see the junipers in there now. And I see what I guess you were talking about, I guess it's a dogwood. Is that what you're saying? At the corner at the northwest corner, looks like a 2-inch caliber.
There's a Canadian redbud, 8 to 10 feet tall. I'm not familiar with that.
I'm just looking at a photo I took today.
Mm-hmm.
Can we share any of these photos, Madam Chair?
Patrick, yeah, Patrick has them. They were emailed to us, so yes.
Emailed to you, they were given to the applicant, I believe, as well, right, Mr.
Yeah,
Hagan?
so take a look.
I hadn't seen them, but I have seen the site.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and
I will shoot them myself over there. I thought they were sent over to you.
There you go. So on the left side there, I think the junipers, and then there's that one which may be the red bud. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Hegney? But
Yes.
it's open. You can see, this is a view from the post road, or, you know, the post road direction from the north, facing away from the post road, looking up the little incline at that, what I guess is supposed to be the front yard or the front setback or whatever. And you see where the fence starts on the right of the screen, midway up there. This affords a kind of quite a view of that whole pebbled area, white pebbled area. And I don't know how much you might get some screening on the slot that is tight to the right wall there, and that white fence on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the one nearest the house would be wide open in full view.
Well, it's true. It's hard to screen where the driveway itself is.
I know.
Right. Yeah. I think we knew that, and just so maybe the easiest thing to do is to screen where we're eliminating, where we have a little space, because we're eliminating number 3.
Where the white vehicle is currently.
Yeah. Yeah. And leave enough room. Clean up the curb cut, and leave enough room, but you can move in right here. Okay. Oh, what is so weird? Oh, okay, it's because you're screen sharing, is it? Looks strange. Okay. All right, so now I understand. So
do we need to see, do you want me to keep going through the photos?
Sure. Because the photos that are on Google Earth are during the construction. So basically what happened, Mr. Hegney, was your client understood that with a variance, they could build.
And he did get
a permit. Yes, we know these things happen. Okay, got it. I just got it. Okay, go ahead. All right.
That's the Columbus, yeah.
Do you want me to go back to the prior one?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
That's the other side.
Okay. So it came out. I see what they did. Okay. That's where the famous stone wall is. Patrick, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Okay. Mr. Hegney, the landscaping that's on the landscaping plan, is that what's out there now in the field? Has that been verified?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
wait. The pictures don't show it.
Well, no offense to the crack photography, but that northern property line was not. I don't see anything that would show it on the plans that we have there, the pictures.
I did visit the site yesterday evening.
Okay.
We did walk along both north and south property lines, and landscaping has been installed.
And the existing, prior to the addition, sorry, let me say it that way. The number of bedrooms in those units what were the totals?
You had a total of 6 bedrooms.
And there was only the 2 parking spaces on the west side originally with the house, right? There was nothing off of the.
There was a curb cut on Josephine Evaristo, but it was more of a looked like a patio rather than a parking space. It wasn't used as a parking space.
And did your client or did somebody get a permit for the work that they did now with the driveway?
No, they didn't touch the or need to access the right-of-way itself because the curb cut was already there.
And somebody corroborated that from DPW though? Like it was.
Okay. When I did the variance application, I did have photographs showing that there was a curb cut there.
Okay.
All right, Mary.
Yeah, now I'm getting a little confused. I had asked whether there was going to be landscaping in the area that was marked as work area. where the cars pulling in off of Aristo would be pulled parallel to the house. I didn't see anything at all in the photographs. All I saw was that partial fence between the property and the next property. So are there you say the trees there, there's one tree at the far end, if you will, the far end of the Evaristo curb cut, but I didn't see anything else anywhere around the parking lot on Evaristo.
Yeah, I didn't either in the photos but then Patrick said it was just the angle of the photo.
It's along the southerly property line where the parking spaces would pull in, so the front of those parking spaces. And it had 2 dogwoods and 3 of the eastern red cedar.
Okay.
And then it also goes along that whole property line with another 2 dogwoods and 1 over near Columbus Avenue.
Okay.
On those, well.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what they're
like I need to take a drive and take by because
no, what are those added trees doing for us, Mr. Hegney? And they're on the south property line, correct?
Yeah, that's providing screening of the front of the parking spaces there. Then we have the wall.
Well, this is any cars driving down Evaristo toward driving north, if you will, but it's downhill, and that driveway and the parking spaces are sort of cut out of the hill, if you will. So they have protection and screening, I think, from the stone wall and the incline and the white fence along the top of the wall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But the screening that would be of concern is moving south up the hill from the post road, where that driveway appears to be very open, and those cars are not arguably perfectly screened.
Following up on the chair's comment, we could look at, while we're removing the white stone from there, look at how we provide for greater screening along there, and we could review that with staff to make sure that it provides better screening than what we're proposing here.
Okay. So you're asking that you make all these changes subject to staff review?
I think we're talking about something that certainly is dealt with on a staff level on many applications. We're not looking at something that is something that the commission would need to opine on, as long as the staff with their expertise in landscaping can review and approve.
Mm-hmm. How much was the addition that you guys made? How many square feet?
678.
Okay. All right.
And how many families are involved here?
2.
2.
With a total of 6 bedrooms.
Correct.
And it's a little confusing because the site plan shows 5 spaces. The staff report shows 4, but
that's
yeah.
because
Okay.
Hands, but yeah.
All right. Patrick, you have your hand up.
I just so yeah, to that point, Mr. Hegney, that there was the God, it was the north side that we couldn't see the landscaping. So thank you for clarifying that. I would just point out for the commission that both Columbus Avenue and Josephine Evaristo are also residential parking zones. So you need to have a permit.
Yeah.
On the street.
No. I know it's going to be a surprise to you, but you told us that yesterday too.
I thought I said Josephine. I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know.
I actually thought what was said was we think that it is permit only.
Okay. I know what we asked you. Were you able to find out the classification? Although getting rid of parking spot 3 solves the road clarification, whether it's arterial or,
Did not get that one.
okay. It's no big deal because we got rid of the back, well, because you can kind of turn around on the way out from 1 and 2.
Right. And again, now that Mr. Hegney's clarified, it is a situation where it appears to be adding parking.
You're not supposed to back into a certain category of road when you pull
Right.
out.
Right. No, I'm sorry. That was understood.
I mean, Mr. Hegney didn't understand he was like, what are you guys talking about? You're not supposed to back into a certain category of road when you pull out of your parking. You're supposed to go out head first. All the people who live on Indian Field will be disappointed to learn that they don't qualify. Okay. All
I
right.
would not see this as an arterial road. It comes
No, we just asked for
And
how
that-
it was classified.
at
Okay.
a dead-end street. Yeah.
And we don't have an answer on how it was classified. All right, does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? Kindly raise your virtual hand. All righty, seeing no comments from the public. I think it sounds like it's okay with you, Patrick, if we were to close this
Yeah, if you want to condition it with the to-do list
with
for
the remove 1 parking spot. I think all I'm hearing right now is that if we were to move it forward, we're removing 1 parking spot and we're requiring additional landscaping. I'm not hearing any other conditions that we would have on it. Any other modifications?
And to be clear, additional landscaping where?
In lot 3, where lot 3, parking space 3.
Right, close to the road and more significant landscaping because it's wide open.
Right, but you'll help me do that. You'll help
I'm
me.
not.
You're
I'm not
gonna help
help
me
you.
make that motion.
I'm not going to help you anymore.
The
You've made
instruction
snarky
was to
comments all
narrow
night.
that curb cut is what I heard. Is that?
No, I was serious. You're gonna help me make the motion.
Oh, no.
Penalty of death. All right, okay, so, does anyone object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, and now we go to the discussion items.
First is
The first discussion item is going to be 1139 King Street. Well, that must be Bristol, because
believe
that's
it.
a Ferrari one. Okay.
Hi, good evening again, Chris Bristol. It used to be Ferrari, but then it was sold in 2000. I have to look again, but just to be brief, maybe 2014 or 15 to the current owners, which are Eric and Danielle Claycomb. And they shortly after they purchased, they were actually before you, I think, as noted in the briefing session yesterday, and that was to they replaced a sun porch. Basically, they had an old sun porch, so they took that out and replaced it with the room. So they did come to you for that. So that was the last project that you had referenced. I think that you guys were remembering yesterday. So we're now before you to do proposed addition, some attached garage spaces with living space on top. The proposed additional floor area is about 600 and a little over 600 square feet. So, I mean, it's substantial compared to the house because it's a small house. But all in all, it's not that much of an increase. Now, in this regard, I actually got very confused as to about what standards apply and how they apply here, because it's a bit of an anomaly, because as everyone knows, it's the RA4 CC4HO. So it's the conservation cluster zone, which isn't supposed to have internal lot lines. And usually drops down to the lower zone standards, I think. Which in this case, well, to the extent
it has its own set of standards, doesn't it have? You're gonna have to. I didn't check it today.
Not for everything though. It has certain setback standards.
Yeah, it has its own set of standards for setbacks. It doesn't drop down a zone. It has its own setback standards.
Well, I think, well, that's part of my question is that there's
The
a property
conservation
line setback.
cluster has its own setback distance. It's not really a setback, it's a distance from the other buildings that is for the conservation, because you can't set back from a property line that doesn't exist.
Right. And that's sort of what got me confused as to how it pertains to this individual piece, which is
This individual piece, you are going to have to look at the transcript because it was handled differently. That's all I remember from when it came in 2017, that this piece was handled differently, that the caretaker's cottage it may even have a property line. Patrick, do you remember?
it does have a property line. I mean, it's been
Yeah.
called out as having a property line for a while, but I guess if the language of the conservation cluster zone, it basically says it has. I'm not going to bother going and quoting it for each one, but when it says it otherwise. There's a 100-foot setback from the zone boundary line, which here is King Street and Element Lane, and that alone sort of supersedes all the other setbacks anyway. On those two sides, right? So
But again, when you use it in a conservation, okay, we're talking at cross purposes, you're going to figure this out, but setback is not from most of the buildings aren't set back from a property line. The conservation cluster sets them from each other. The last time I looked at it, so I don't know what's bothering you.
well, I get my point is that the house is what it is, so we anticipate having to get variances, but there I was trying to pin down what you understood the things to be because I got confused as to how the yards applied and everything, so I knew exactly what to ask for. And I know this, we're not going to go through it, bit by bit now, but I was trying to get maybe an understanding as to how it all fit in. I did provide a chart. I mean, I know it's more detailed.
Patrick
than
has that.
pre-app is necessary.
Patrick has that. I can explain it to you any day of the week look on his face.
Oh, good. Please.
So he's good. Patrick, did you want to add anything or do you just
No, I
want
mean, I think to Mr. Bristol's point, this is atypical because I don't want to put too much hyperbole in here, but it was clearly a lot that was added into the zone and probably should have had the lot lines dissolved at some point. It didn't do that. So now it's on the other side of the conservation area. It has lot lines of excessive setback. So there's problems with the rezoning that make this hard to redevelop, but it has always been an undersized lot, even in the 4-acre zone, which makes it hard that way as well. So it's not to say that the cluster zoning is the problem. It's just it's been a long standing, small lot in the 4-acre zone, and that's so yeah. I guess
I'm where I was. I guess I'm afraid of going to PZBA, and then for whatever my understanding is, wrong as to what I'm asking for, because I don't want to go back to you for a final, and they say, well, wait a second, our sense of what is necessary from PZBA didn't jive.
So it is, just to clarify, because it is RACC 4HO, right?
Correct.
Right. So again, the HO regulations could also afford opportunity for the commission to make an alternative decision on setbacks if they wanted to. Again, the problem there is that the historic building is not on this site; it's on the land to the south.
But we did on that point. We actually went to HDC. The client did. And got HDC endorsement, I think, late last year. So they already did that. I already got a wetlands permit, actually. So he took the steps. He's actually being very thoughtful in this, and he's doing it sort of bit by bit to try to make it all work. He's a young family just trying to get a nice little home set up. But yeah, so we have the HDC review it, so that's already in hand.
Yeah, but to put it another way, Mr. Bristol, this building is not the contributing structure that the HO was granted on, right?
Right. Yeah. Correct.
So it has a different standing than I'll say it a different way. There is no preservation doctrine for this building except for the fact that it's in the HO zone.
Correct. Yeah, but HDC was review is still necessary based upon the zone, so we had to go anyway.
They still have to see it, even if it's not, right?
Yes, they do. They absolutely do. That's one of the predicates for the commission to make any determination under the.
So we have that in hand already for this present design.
Okay.
The thought, Madam Chair,
Yes, I'm sorry. I was
No,
just
that's all
looking
right.
at my notes on
Uh,
this. Go ahead.
just brainstorming here. Not a contributing structure, sort of a sideline to Chieftain's caretaker's house. And it has property lines, although it's part of a CCC4, which doesn't have property lines. Should the client consider taking it out or petitioning to rezone it to, R4 and see what they can do with that?
Well, I mean, I think it makes it a bit, I mean, it makes it a bit worse for us because we don't even have available to us the modifications or the FAR incentive that comes with the conservation zone and the HO part of it.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it would streamline it in terms of, what variances we would need, I mean, and what applies. It would crystallize everything and make it easier. But I think ultimately it'd probably be a little bit worse for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments?
So I guess Pat, I mean, given that the 100-foot zone, 100-foot setback from the zone is right in that corner there, I'm assuming that would be those again, just so I know what to present to PCBA. I assume those would be the ultimate variances I'd be asking for because the other ones would be smaller.
Yeah, I mean, I think that conservation distance, my inkling is that has to go to the ZBA. The commission, I don't see a mechanism that ties the HO to allow the commission to waive that part of it because that's a specific criteria for the CC.
And on both of those sides, with the 100-foot setback almost goes, opposite side of the house. So
right, you've crisscrossed, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then there's in theory the HO can allow modification of green area, but I guess we'll get to that when we get to that.
I mean, the question is, does the commission want to see the actual site plan application before the variance application is made, and perhaps with a very detailed list,
like detailed pre-app? I mean, not to waste anyone's time, but a detailed pre-app where you show a site plan and how I calculate everything.
that is an option too. To just go through, and we can obviously help is just list the areas where there needs to be either commission intervention or ZBA intervention.
I would want to see it first if that's what. I would want to see it first.
Before PCBA?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. But again, you would be okay with or the commission would be okay with another pre-app with that material?
Or if you could do a short staff report or something that I could reference. I mean, I know
you don't have to do I mean, I think there's enough. I feel like there's enough wiggly stuff here that we should see it before it goes to the ZBA, unless you and Tracy have, or Father Patrick has a strong.
Could I ask you, if that were the case, do you think it would be possible to, again, indulge me by giving me a little bit more direction based upon the site plan that you would get at the time? And just say, listen, we like it, we don't like it, and be so that.
Oh, you mean come back with both and have a more discussion about the
Well, if I have a second pre-app with a more detailed site plan, I mean, everything else is ready. We have all the architecturals ready, so it really is just we have a survey, so we just need a little bit of a site plan, I think. So I can come back and lay out, show you that, and then maybe you could say yes, no, maybe we'd be willing to work with you.
Patrick, your call.
I don't think the commission would be objectable to providing comment and under a pre-app, right? I mean, it's just
okay.
I know everyone has a lot to do, so I don't want to.
Well, yeah, I mean, the issue is do you want to spend a lot of time going over everything or over a few things? I think a few things is easier, right?
Yep.
Okay.
If I
oh, sorry, Mary, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, if I can just interject, I'm completely lost because I do not know what the questions are, whether we get it, HCC gets it, ZBA gets it. So I don't know.
I'll take a shot.
I'm not asking for, chapter and verse here, but if somebody can just do, this is the problem we have and it has to be answered this way or this way. Would you like it answered this way or this? I'm so lost on this because
the subject site is got a two special zones over at the conservation cluster and a historic overlay that
Yeah.
impact it. It is also a undersized lot for even the RACC4 or the RA4 zone, which was the original zoning for the lot. The applicant has gone to the HGC for the proposed additions to the house, which is the renderings that you see in the package tonight. Those, so that we have a comment from the HGC, which is required for the HO part of it, but because there is a varied set of regulations for the setbacks with the cluster subdivision and the distance from the open space, and then there is obviously the incentives that the commission has under 6109. There is a little bit of which applications need variances, which parts of the application need variances, and which parts need or can be addressed by the commission alone under the site plan special permit.
And does the 2018 application help or not?
No, because they took things off the building. They shrunk.
They took there was an old sort of raggedy sun porch or enclosed summer porch, whatever you want to call, whatever you want to call that was taken off, and then something else was added.
Yeah, so they improved their non-conformity.
Volume, so there wouldn't have been any setback issues or volume issues.
Yeah, right, exactly. They were reducing their nonconformities, and therefore that was probably I hate to say it, an easier application for the commission to consider. This zone is this in particular. This actual zone is problematic. The chieftains we have to do a lot of relearning every time we have an application here for additions, because it's a overlay of two different ideas. And
it's a small property, but it took me a long time to go through, actually.
Yeah.
And there's a similar house directly across the street subject to the same problems? No.
This is the northern westmost corner of that lot. So
this is unique. This isn't going to affect any other decisions for us.
No, and unfortunately, it's not even going to be a similar exercise to if you ever saw something from the chieftains proper, because that is it's a different set of factors. That's all.
I don't feel so bad about being confused now.
No, you shouldn't. Because
it really, I overdid it. I had to create my own chart just to sort through everything, which is more information than you need to know.
But I think we've decided you're going to come back. You're going to run us through this. You're going to do it as a pre-app. We're going to be square, and then you're going to march on your merry way and get your variances.
Exactly.
Well okay. All right. It was nice seeing you. Goodbye.
Thanks very much.
Oh, wait. Any public comment on this application at Chieftains? This is 1139.
Not part of Chieftains, actually.
Huh?
It's not part of Chieftains, actually.
1139 King Street. All righty. No public comment. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Good night.
Our next application is OG Real Estate.
I know Richard's here, but I think it's Manju who's doing the presentation. So
I hope somebody's feeling strong.
Anybody for 200? There we go. There it is.
Hi.
All set.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Manju Khatri. I'm here. I'm a high school teacher at Stamford High School Stamford High School, and I'm trying to rent space at 13 Arcadia Road. I just want to run a small business, tutoring business. And me and my son, we both will present you our proposal. So I just want to share the slide with you, with all of you. Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Is it okay if I share my screen really quickly?
As again, you don't want to hear the joke again, right?
Yeah.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's my son.
Okay, sorry, it might take a second. Okay, it's actually not letting me share the screen. Is it okay if I do it verbally?
No, just give him a second. Patrick
Okay,
always
sure.
says it takes him. Okay, see if you can share it.
All right,
It
again,
hasn't-
you are our co-host, so you should be able to share.
There you go.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we want to basically run an after-school program that's focused on tutoring. The subject at hand would be math, and my mom has over 20 years of experience in teaching math in public and private schools, and she's a certified math teacher as well. Our proposal, mainly keeping parking regulations in mind, is as follows. We'll hire just one teacher for extra help. We'll have at most 2 teachers and 4 kids at the center, maintaining a 1-to-2 teacher-student ratio. We will only teach students from grades 7th through 12th grade, so no elementary school children. Classes will be an hour long, and we will maintain a 30-minute gap between classes to ensure that no more than 2 students will arrive or leave simultaneously. We plan to operate from 4 to 8 p.m. on weekdays. This is a time when traffic is pretty minimal, and we have plenty of street parking available as well. Classes on weekends will be from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. In general, we'll have very few students from 11th and 12th grade that will be driving, if any, and we don't anticipate many students from 12th grade since they'll be moving on to college soon after. So there's less demand for tutoring.
Okay. Any comments from the commission? Mr. Wells, you look like you're unmuting. Madam Jenkins?
Yeah, can you explain again? You're saying you wouldn't have more than 2 students leaving or arriving, meaning that you're staggering your 2 different classes. You've got 2 teachers, each with 2 students, so the individual classes are staggered?
Right, exactly. Yes.
Okay. See, I'm not bad at math either.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the youngest was, okay, Mary, you still have your hand up, but you're done, right? Patrick?
No, go ahead, Madam Chair. Ask your question.
I'm lowering. Okay. No, that's fine.
The question I had, this space, I apologize that I'm remembering maybe the other tenant space when we talked last time. Is this the same space that we discussed, or is this a different location in the building?
This is the same space
that you were intending to lease before.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Should be so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Richard, our owner, is also here. Richard, can you please talk about?
Oh, Mr. Saunders. Yes, hold on.
Yeah,
a
he's
second.
also here. Yeah.
I hadn't seen him. Okay.
I think Richard will also join soon. Yeah.
While we wait, I had a question. So most of the students aren't going to be driving, so their parents will be there. Is there any parking available for the parents while they wait to pick up their children? And where do you propose the children be dropped off and picked up, if anywhere?
Richard is not here.
So guys, good evening, everyone. And thank you for promoting me there, Patrick. Much appreciated. I think that the answer to your question, Mr. Wells, is that is probably best shown on page 14 of our presentation. I don't know how easy that is to draw up at this stage.
I can,
but
show
there's good parking. There's parking immediately outside 13 Arcadia. Thank you very much. Yeah, just back a few, maybe back a few there. That's next one, I think, is it. So we stay there, just that one there. That'd be great. Sorry, the one more back up. Where did it go? And one more back up. Sorry, one more back up. That's the one we. So you can see from this particular photograph that there's seven spaces right outside the building. There's also about 36 spaces behind the building, and a very substantial parking area. And there's also 8 dedicated parking spaces behind 13 Arcadia, which are part of 13 Arcadia space. Those 8 spaces behind are they're part of the retail leases, just to be clear. They are part of the retail leases, but those retailers typically, and they're closed by 5 o'clock. So you'll find there are spaces on the front of the building, and you'll see the spaces behind the building, which are available for parking. And you can see from the bottom photograph here, and well, very clearly from the bottom photograph, that there is significant sidewalk width to the entrance to 13 Arcadia. Which, when you think that the kids are now what, 12 to 17 years old, between 7th and 12th grade, something like that, 12 to 17, as a general rule, they are typically used to parking. Not that they have very many drivers.
I know. I was waiting for you to say they were. You started to say they were typically capable people, and then you remembered they were teenagers. Okay, because we all were about to tell you. Wait, we were all teenagers too. Okay, so there will be. You're going to have 2 at a time. You have how many parking spaces available to you behind the building again?
There's 8 that are part of this property.
Okay. So you'll have to talk about what the allocation is for those. And in addition, you're saying there is some street parking available that could be used because you have 4 people. You have the 2 instructors and 1 student each. So you're going to need 4 parking spaces. And just what's the use in the rest of your lot? How much is it utilized?
So sorry,
Yeah,
at the
go
rear of
ahead.
the lot, the spaces, the 8 spaces I referred to, those are for the retailers during the course of the retailing hours. But I think the other important thing is that,
that's a good point. So what you're thinking of, you're going to be mostly after hours. So, okay, go ahead.
yeah, so those spaces then become available. So and they are part of OG Real Estate LLC's ownership. But I think Commissioner Wells's question was also absolutely on point as well, which is, hey, look, they're 12 to 17 years old. There aren't going to be that many drivers. Maybe there'll be a parking spot or 2 that they need over time. For example, the teachers that you referenced. But how are they going to get dropped off? And I think the point about this location, and picked up, and I think Manju said earlier that there's namely there's namely no ability for parents to come in with the kids. So the parents aren't going to be here. They're not going to be looking for parking spaces themselves. So they are going to be dropping off children. And I think if you come up this part of Arcadia Road, you'll find that after 4 o'clock at night, it isn't that busy. There's quite often space available in front of the property. But I think at this sort of, and we all see people being dropped off, even if there's a car between you and the entrance door. But in this area, after 4 o'clock, there isn't that many. These spaces are getting opened up, easy to park for a couple of minutes and drop your child off. Commissioner Wells, it's also possible to drop your child off very easily in the Wells Fargo parking lot opposite. They can walk down a sidewalk in front of Wells Fargo. There's pedestrian lights. They can come across at the pedestrian lights and then up sidewalk to 13 Arcadia. Very short distance indeed. So there is the ability in this area to drop off children, I believe, in a safe manner.
Okay, just a follow-up question, Mr. Spalding. Thank you for that explanation. Do you know what time you took the picture at the 13 Acadia or Acadia Road?
It's very fair question. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's a long
and
shadow.
which day
That's
of
a
the
long
week?
shadow from that building.
Yeah, I was
which day of the week?
going to add, Commissioner Wells, this was taken, gosh, I want to say about a week before our last pre-application meeting, which was probably something like February.
Yeah, because it's a long shadow and there's no leaves on the trees.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what day of the week. I mean, is it a Sunday afternoon? Is it a Monday
No, this was
afternoon?
a Tuesday. I think it was a Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, and Noel, and then we can move on.
I just want to confirm, so there's going to be the plan is to have 2 tutors there, and each of them would potentially have a maximum of 2 students per session?
Yes.
You're actually looking at I think a total of 4 students who would potentially be dropped off at a given time or be picked up.
So what we'd ask is for a gap in between.
Right.
We would ask you to gap. You wouldn't need as much of a gap as a fitness facility, because in the fitness facility, what happens is they all stand outside and chat. Hopefully the students won't know each other. They'll just go out and leave, and then the parking spaces can turn over within 15 minutes. So we would ask you to gap by 15 minutes in between the sessions.
Perfect.
Plus it
We were
gives you
also
Yeah, it gives you a chance to get a glass of water and stuff.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Thank
That
you.
sounds great. Thank you.
So you're just gonna have to make the case for how much parking is available behind. And that it's really gonna work, because as everybody says, as Ms. Jones just pointed out, you're gonna avoid needing 6 spaces, but you definitely need 4. And how it's gonna work. Mr. Saunders, I can't tell you enough how much we worry about Old Greenwich not having enough parking right now. It's just, Old Greenwich is starting to push development, and the street parking is basically what it's got, and a little bit of parking behind some of the buildings. But, okay, I can't think of anything else does anybody on the commission want to add anything?
Nope.
All right, that's all the guidance we got for you then.
May I just ask a question?
Of course.
Can
You
I
take
just
down the
have,
pictures.
can I please just have the breakdown to the 4 spaces? How do we arrive at 4?
The 2 teachers and the 2 students.
Is there any relief from 2 students, given that there's going to be a minority of students driving?
Richard, is it okay if I speak for a minute? Because
Just for a second, let me just ask that.
Oh,
So
sorry.
that's the problem, is that the parent is gonna have to park and leave the kid. So that's gonna take 5 minutes. So yes, you could make that argument. Okay, Patrick, Tracy, got thoughts on that?
I mean, I think the length of the lesson and the turnover will obviously reduce the parking demand. We have a deficient parking situation for this building, I believe, right? It's 8 parking spaces for the whole building.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would also weigh that, or the commission has historically weighed that against what the full occupancy of the space would have been as an office or whatever it was prior to this. And if the new use is equal to or less than the proposed use, that's usually a positive proposal. So
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, you guys have your hand up?
Yes, I just want to explain one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
There is one parking available behind CVS. That is a paid parking. So what I can do is I can park, me and another teacher, we can park over there. There's a paid parking. We can pay monthly. We can take a monthly pass over there. That is
Okay.
another option for.
That's an option. That's a great idea. If it's paid parking, sure. Patrick, are you okay with that?
I mean, if the applicant is going to secure that and use the paid parking space, yes, but again, it's more of a parking management strategy. It's not really a zoning decision, right, Madam Chair? Because this
Right.
on-site parking is what we're always looking at.
Right. But yeah,
I mean, I think, well, I don't want to predict anything, but I think you're concerned that the number is not going to be an acceptable one. I think you've made some compelling arguments here tonight that
Mhm.
the commission would consider.
Yeah.
And so, it's certainly not, I don't think you have to meet the letter of the number of spaces that are required for your space and everything else in the building. I think it's just making sure that the net outcome is a positive one with regards to the availability of parking spaces.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you when you come back.
See you get back on.
Hey, thank you all so much for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you.
Okay, so we can take down the share. And I hereby move approval of the May 20th, 2025 minutes.
Second.
All of us were there that are here tonight. Peter Lowe has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now we have 3 decisions. 28 Columbus, Bobolink, and 91 Cherry. Is somebody offering to make the 91 Cherry motion? Should I do Bobolink and 28 Columbus first, because they'll go fast? Why don't I do those 2 first? They'll go fast.
Go ahead.
And then we'll do, all right, I happen to have, okay, so In regard to the application of Abdullah Sada and Jim Shema for a final site plan and special permit to make a 578 square foot addition to a two-family residence with 6 bedrooms in total on a non-conforming 5,000 square foot parcel located at 28 Columbus Avenue in the R6. A special permit is required for this application due to the lot nonconformity. The applicant received a front yard variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals to make additions to the existing two-family home due to the substandard right-of-way width of Josephine Evaristo Way. The applicant has not provided existing floor plans, but indicated that the number of bedrooms is unchanged from the pre-existing. The applicant has proposed 2 parking spaces on the east side, 1 in the garage and one surface space. 3 parking spaces are proposed on the west side. Based on the total number of bedrooms, 5.2 parking spaces would be required for 2 3-bedroom units, which is what I believe they are. I couldn't tell for sure, and I forgot to ask. Per section 6155, parking and parking aisles in the front yard shall be prohibited unless the commission finds that the parking and parking aisles are adequately screened by landscaping or substantial changes in topography. The applicant has provided a landscaping plan for the commission's consideration. The applicant has also provided an energy narrative to discuss the proposed heating and cooling equipment for the addition and the renovated units. No other staff comments have been received. Based on the preceding, this application is hereby approved with the following modifications. The parking space marked number 3 on the site plan is to be removed, and landscaping is to be added in that same location. Any other staff comments as may arise? Do I have a second?
Is that's conditioned on approval by staff, correct?
Yes, good point. Hold on. Landscaping to be reviewed for staff sign off. I forgot to say that. And you guys were listening.
Well, I was listening.
Okay. Now do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Madam Jones?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to 28 Bobolink. 28 Bobolink LLC for a final re-subdivision for a proposed lot line revision to exchange 10,000 square foot of property between 2 existing parcels totaling 10.144 acres at 28 Bobolink and 30 Bobolink Lane in the RA2 zone. At present, both lots are non-conforming as to zoning lot area and total area. As proposed, the total lot area and zoning lot area of 28 Bobolink Lane will remain at 2.045 acres and 1.964 acres respectively. The total lot area of 30 Bobolink Lane will remain at 2.175 acres, whereas the nonconformity of the zoning lot area will be reduced as it would increase as the zoning lot area would increase from 1.384 acres to 1.860 acres. The 28 Bobolink Land lot was created as part of a 1991 subdivision and is lot 3 on the Greenwich Land Records map 6754. The attached 30 Bobolink, the adjacent 30 Bobolink Lane property was never part of an approved subdivision. ZEO issued comments dated 6/12/25 stating that this project is requesting a lot line revision. A variance was granted in 1990 to permit the accessory structures to remain on the 28 Bobolink property and to ensure that the properties had not functionally or legally merged in any respect. The Sewer Division issued comments dated 6/10/25 stating that it did not object to the proposed lot line revision and that the applicant owner was required to submit an acknowledgement letter stating that they had read all of the comments and agreed to adhere to all comments. The owner applicant must obtain the necessary sewer permit prior to the issuance of a zoning permit. The sewer division also notes that there is a private sanitary sewer system that runs through the properties, and the lot line revision should take that into consideration as relates to any future need for easements, etc. The engineering division found the lot line revision acceptable on 6/13/25. The Conservation Commission issued a memorandum dated 6/9/25 that it has reviewed the proposed lot line revision and has no comments. The IWW permit needs questionnaire dated 6/13/25 indicates that a wetlands permit is not required. Therefore, I just blanked. Therefore, the commission finds this to be neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision pursuant to sections 6-261, A15, and 6, respectively, of the Greenwich subdivision regulations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. What did I would do without you, Warren? Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Ms. Jones? I'm fading.
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
All righty. Now, somebody else is going to do 91?
You need to vote. You need to vote.
Did you,
Oh,
Mr.? Yeah.
I need to vote.
Yes.
Alban is also aye. Phew. I knew I was fading. Okay.
I have a suggestion on 91.
Yeah.
We do it in 2 weeks. I mean, everyone is fried. This is a complicated application unless someone's got something already written down.
I believe that somebody may.
All right.
But I'm asking, does somebody have
Yes,
something written down?
I do
Wow.
have a resolution for 91.
Excellent.
I kind of knew that.
You haven't heard it yet, are
Thank you, Mary.
We can't put everything off for 2 weeks. The agenda wouldn't be long enough.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Keep
Remember that in 2 weeks, we have to do Greenwich Hospital and 515.
and so, okay, please keep your ears sharp on this one.
Okay.
Listening. As to the application of Cherry Valley Road 6 LLC for a final site plan and special permit for proposed replacement of an existing single-family dwelling with a new single-family dwelling in excess of 150,000 cubic feet in volume and including an indoor sports court in excess of 1,200 square feet on a 4-acre property located at 91 Cherry Valley Road in the RE4 zone. Whereas the proposed structure includes a 5,280 square foot rec room, a 725 square foot gym, 2 bathrooms, a golf simulator, 2,336 square foot great room, a 1,485 square foot living area with kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms on the second floor. The only kitchen is contained in the 1,485 square foot living area. There are patios and a parking court and no garage. Whereas the proposed FAR is 0.0622, where 0.0625 is allowed in the zone, with total FAR of 10,846 square feet proposed, where 10,890 square feet are permitted. Whereas the ZEO issued comments dated 4/16/25, noting a special permit is required for indoor sports courts exceeding 1,200 square feet and volume over 150,000 cubes. Whereas the Health Department issued comments dated 3/20/25, noting approval for the septic and well, and a letter of approval for the septic system for a 6-bedroom house. Whereas DPW Engineering issued comments dated 4/16/25 with comments to resubmit prior to zoning and building permit, and recommended a landscaping plan for the main garden in lieu of the generic planting plan scheduled. DPW also noted a portion of the stone wall encroaches in the town right of way. Whereas the applicant has provided a landscape plan as required by section 6177E for special permits. Whereas 30 trees are postponed to be removed, replacement will consist of and this is my best guess based upon my review tonight, 46 trees, 75 shrubs, and 400 grasses and ground cover. Whereas conservation issued comments dated 4/16/25 with recommendations for replacement of Norway spruce with a native evergreen such as eastern hemlock, Sauga canadensis, or eastern white pine, Pinus strobus. Mitigation of removal of the 42-inch maple with increased number and diversity of tree plantings elsewhere on the site. And tree protection measures should be installed prior to any site disturbance and regularly inspected. Conservation also notes all plantings within the 100-foot upland review area are encouraged to be native and affirm the recommendations from EMAC. Whereas IWWA issued a permit needs questionnaire and indicated no permit was needed as all work is outside of the 100-foot upland review area. The email dated 1/13/25, states that since the work is intensive, any changes to the plan should be re-reviewed by IWWA. Whereas the applicant provided an energy narrative as required per section 6.114 and EMAC issued comments dated 3/27/25 and noted that the projected metrics are appreciated and represent a good energy efficient dwelling. EMAC recommended ground source heat pump systems or air source heat pump systems, blower door testing throughout the project as opposed to at completion, and suggested solar PV systems to take advantage of the southwest orientation of the dwelling. Whereas a dwelling unit is defined in the zoning regulations as, and here I quote, rooms arranged, designed, used, or altered for one family, said room or rooms containing a kitchen and a bathroom with a bathtub and or a shower, a toilet, and a sink. And the term dwelling is in common usage to mean a place of residence or home. Whereas the proposed rec room is 5,200 square feet and the proposed great room is 2,336 square feet. The bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, living area is 1,485 square feet, or approximately 13.7% of the floor area of the total structure. Whereas the application is represented as being for a one-family dwelling unit, the modest dwelling unit resembles an accessory dwelling unit by definition, secondary and subsidiary to a principal dwelling in size and occupancy. While the balance of the structure is specifically designed for and stated for use as accessory uses, defined in section 6.5A6 to mean in a residential zone, any accessory building or use which is subordinate and customarily incident to the principal building or use on the same lot. There is no principal residential building on the lot, making accessory uses ineligible by definition. Whereas section 617 special permits are required under these circumstances because a sports facility in excess of 1,200 square feet may not be consistent with residential use. Whereas the extent of the structure specifically devoted to and designed for accessory uses would appear to be contrary in certain respects to the standards for the granting of a special permit under section 617D, specifically sections 3, 8, and 10, addressing the effect of proposed uses on adjacent structures, neighborhoods, and residential uses. Whereas the commission is concerned that proportions and uses represented in the application do not appear to meet the definitions, goals, and purposes of the single-family RA residential zone. Therefore, this application is hereby approved with the following conditions. The site is not to be used by the owners or let to third parties for any commercial purposes, including but not limited to as an event venue or for organized or tournament sports. Amplified outside sound is prohibited. Modifications to the landscape plan shall be reviewed and agreed to by planning and zoning staff. Any other outstanding staff and departmental comments shall be addressed.
Okay, do I have a second for that? Okay, I'll second it.
Can we, should we bother making any comment on what I would
Once it's been
describe?
seconded, you may go ahead and discuss it.
Yes, please.
What?
Once a motion, technically, we don't usually follow this, but under parliamentary procedure, once a motion has been made and seconded, it can be discussed. So go for it.
No, I'm just saying, there's what I'll call a cosmetic oral typo. In the fifth whereas, you substituted the word main for rain in rain garden,
Okay,
I think.
good catch. Thank you.
And on the seventh whereas 30 trees are proposed, not postponed.
Okay.
Those are the two really important issues that I found.
You really did listen, Peter. Thank you. Mr. Lowe, thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's the only way to stay awake.
You.
That was all.
Okay, do you want to discuss the motion or do you want to vote on it?
I feel like we've discussed it to death.
Right.
Okie dokie. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
No.
Madam Jenkins, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
No.
Madam Jones, how do you vote?
No, no.
Albin's going to vote yes. So the vote is 4-1. Now, our practice would be having the motion having failed, that we now vote, let's make a motion to deny so that our reasons can go in the record. Are you ready for that one, Madam Jenkins?
Yes. Repeating.
Good, huh? Oh, we're just going to go fire Nick. You can just amend the part at the end where you approve it with conditions.
I would refer again to all of the departmental responses with respect to the proposal. Following which, whereas the application is represented as being a single family dwelling, although the connected areas of the building are extensively non-residential areas specifically designed for activities considered to be accessory under section 6.5(a)(6), including specifically sports-related equipment and dimensions within the building. And whereas the intent is to consider this a one-family dwelling unit in which the dwelling aspects are secondary and minimal to the functional qualifications of the balance of the building. Therefore, the application is hereby denied upon that basis. I look forward to comments.
Do I have a
Just a-
second?
Oh, second.
Okay, Mr. Wells has second, and the motion has been made and seconded. Do we have any discussion?
Just a quick, I think you said sports related equipment. Don't you mean sports related activities for the?
I'd like it to be both because I believe there's also a golf.
Yeah, and the gym equipment. Got it. How about sports related equipment and
Facilities.
facilities? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we need to reference the special permit standards? Or did you?
I didn't specifically with respect to the denial, but given the fact that
Why don't you add what you think is relevant? I think that would be a good addition. The commission, since this is a special permit, pursuant to this being 150,000, more than 150,000 cubes, and the athletic facility in excess of 1,200 square feet, the commission notes that such and such, and then if you want to pick the standards.
don't unfortunately have the standards in front of me, but
Well, Mr. Lowe may have memorized them. by
no,
now.
no, I do have them here.
Yeah. The ones I cited were 8, 10, and 3.
Okay, that's what I figured as well. Particularly given the fact that the application is subject to the requirements of section 617, requiring consideration for a special permit. The commission notes in particular the requirements under the following subsections of 617, particularly number 3. The proposal will not materially adversely affect adjacent structures, neighborhoods, or developed areas located within the closest proximity to the use. Particularly given the size of the indoor recreation facilities and the presence in a residential neighborhood. With respect to subsection 8, the proposal complies with and exceeds minimum requirements for setbacks and is well below limits on building height, coverage, green area, and below maximum permitted FAR, noting that in particular, the presence of a sports facility of 1,200 square feet is not considered to be
Greater than 1,200 square feet.
greater than 1,200. Boy, do I need help. Greater than 1,200 square feet is not normally considered a residential activity, which is why it is subject to additional regulation. And finally, subsection.
Well, and it's not in scale or compatible to and contextually consistent with surrounding uses, buildings, streets, and open spaces.
Okay. Why am I missing that? Got it. And subsection 10, which specifically refers to the fact that the proposal will not adversely affect
Materially adversely affect residential uses,
residential uses.
nor
He
be
did
detrimental.
memorize it.
Nor be detrimental to a neighborhood's essential characteristics.
As a residential use.
Yeah, and
You could, Mary, you can check that in the regulations, the wording. Don't.
I'm going to be I'm going to be reading the transcript on this, of course, but thank you.
okay. Is that, did we leave anything out?
That's all I have.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah, because we re-seconded because we made amendments to the motion. If that's why you're looking puzzled, Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we have to second
I
again.
didn't think my second counted.
Yeah, it did because we
second-
re-amended the
Your second counted.
My only discussion point is the genesis, and really, I don't think either Patrick or I know this, the genesis of requiring a special permit on an indoor fitness facility is unknown to me. But I believe it was to make sure that it did not become disproportionate to the dwelling unit. And I believe that I hate to ask for another second, but I would like to add that as an amendment that just to just the commission notes that, that the purpose of seeking of requiring special permit review on athletic facilities in excess of 1,200 is exactly to make sure that the residential character is kept and that that 617 is respected in this regard. Because clearly, I mean, and we know, we see this issue all the time, and we normally thread the needle. Okay, that's my only, yeah.
No, and I think particularly given under circumstances like this where the proportions are so much greater than 1,200 square feet.
But it's one of the things and this is why it makes such a difference that this is a special permit application because of the 1,200 square feet. And does that stay within what 617 dictates?
Let's refer to it as a 1,200 square foot threshold.
What was I saying?
I don't know, but it's not.
Babbly Brook thing?
We're anchoring ourselves on 1,200, and it's not. I mean,
More than
right.
Yeah.
The threshold. Yes. If I said it messed up, I'm babbling now.
No.
Okay.
I'm just adding.
Okay. All right. So with that, do we have a second?
Second.
Again, Mr. Wells has seconded this time. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye. Oh, yeah, aye, right. Sorry.
In
Madam
favor
Jones.
of the
Approving a
denial,
denial.
right?
In favor of the denial. Madam Jones,
Aye.
Madam Jenkins,
I
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
and Albin is also an aye. Because I think we've raised in the denial, why I'm changing my vote is because I think we've raised in the denial some essential issues related to this application, and why it requires a special permit. Okay. And with that, we are done.